Hello, hello. Yes.
And can you hear me? Yeah, that's absolutely fine. I'm not getting any feedback.
Hello, hello. Yes. Okay,
Perfect.
so hello, hello. Perfect.
Perfect.
Okay, so
Do you want to hold on to that?
I will keep it here.
And then give it to me when you leave.
Yeah.
I will rugby tackle you as you go out the door.
That's it.
Okay, cool.
It will transform into a rugby session, you know.
Yes.
That's good. Yeah. Perfect. Yeah, yeah. I would prefer putting it here because these are my, so I need space. Yeah. Perfect. And this I need to turn off. Here we go.
So yeah.
Perfect.
Nice.
Great.
That'll be fine.
This looks like a fantastic room. Huh?
It is a good space.
Beautiful.
A bit weird to not have any windows, but it's all good.
All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to this first session. Can everyone hear me? Yes, perfect. So I'm delighted to be here today and present a research project which I've been undertaking with a colleague from Lisbon, Giovanni De Gregorio, who is not here today, but is with us in spirit. So this is a project about the Universal Code of Conduct, and basically I will present today a bit of background on this research, the methods we used, data and findings, okay? And hopefully we'll have time for questions and answers. So a bit of background, you're all familiar with the Universal Code of Conduct, I assume, but the goal of our research is to examine the codification process of the Universal Code of Conduct and its enforcement mainly through interviews, okay? And we also used a test case with the French Wikipedia to see how the Universal Code of Conduct is received locally, all right? So we have a team of 3 researchers, Giovanni and I, and a PhD student from Oxford, Roxana Gon, who is helping us. And we're very thankful for the funding of the Wikimedia Research Fund, which has allowed us to do this research. So in terms of outputs, we have written already 2 interim reports. We're in the process of writing a final report, and then we will write and publish, hopefully, open source scientific paper. All right? So also in terms of background, and as a reminder for those of you who are not familiar with the Universal Code of Conduct, but I'll go very quickly because I'm sure you know about it. There were 2 main phases that we're interested in. Phase 1, the so-called phase 1, which led to the Universal Code of Conduct. This phase started with policy research and consultations, and then a drafting committee, the so-called phase 1 drafting committee, made of 5 volunteers and 4 staff members, worked from July until September 2020, and then obtained feedback and consultations during and after the drafting process. And this led to the adoption of the UCOC by the Wikimedia Foundation Board of Trustees in December 2020. We're also interested in the second set of rules, the UCOC enforcement guidelines. And again, there were consultations prior to 2021, followed by a drafting phase by a phase 2 drafting committee from April 2021 to January 2022. There was a first vote of the committee in March 2022, followed by a phase 2 revision, and then again a second vote in January 2023, which led to the adoption of UCOC enforcement guideline. So these are the 2 sets of rules we're interested in. And to study these sets of rules and their adoptions, we adopted certain methods. Our approach is empirical and inductive, which means we make findings based on empirical data, and I'll say a few words about this data in a minute. And it is also an inductive approach, meaning we don't have a preconceived idea of how it works. We're simply approaching it through what our interviewees tell us. And of course, we're careful to have a wide range of interviewees coming from different backgrounds. So data collection, semi-structured interviews, I could say more about that, and document analysis based on the very rich open archive that offers Wikipedia, particularly on meta. Okay. Now, a few words about this data, focusing on the interviews. We have already carried out interviews with 27 people, 8 members of phase 1 committee, 6 members of phase 2 committee, 8 members of the so-called revisions committee, 7 members of the Wikimedia Foundation, 3 OPCOM members, 7 members of the French Wikipedia, and another category, others, with 2 people. So if you add up, it doesn't add up because some people fall under various categories. So don't worry, it's just some people are members of phase 1 committee and at the Wikimedia Foundation. Okay, so there's double counting in that sense. All right. So let me move on to the most interesting part, which are the findings. And these findings at this stage are rather descriptive. They will be more analytical in the scientific paper that will come out at some point. And so I will structure these findings in 5 categories: the origins, the process, enforcement, local reception, and finally maybe a more analytical part on what we call the legalization of Wikipedia. So in terms of origins, what we found interesting as a starting point is the kind of tension and perhaps even conflict that exists on the Wikimedia space between the idea that cooperation should happen freely with these libertarian roots, that basically a kind of social equilibrium arises from open and spontaneous collaboration on the one hand, and the idea that these interactions should be done in a civil or courteous manner. And we see this tension or this conflict, for instance, in the 5 pillars. Between the 4th, for instance, and the 5th pillar, we see the 4th pillar, Wikipedia editors should treat each other with respect and civility. That's a kind of normative rule. And on the other hand, the 5th pillar, which is Wikipedia has no firm rules. And that's something we'll come back to, which is, I think, rooted in this libertarian understanding of free cooperation among individuals leading to an optimal social outcome. So we see this tension, but speaking about the origins of the UCOC, we see pressure points in the recent history of the community that have led, according to our interviewees, to the Universal Code of Conduct. And I will differentiate between 2 types of pressure points: internal pressure points and external pressure points. Internal pressure points, there are 2 main pressure points, according to our interviewees. One is the Fram case, which I assume you have all heard about. And here is what an interviewee told us. Truly, Fram is what causes the UCOC. Part of the issue with Fram was that there was no one who was willing to sanction Fram. And the reasons why for that are very complex, but essentially by creating a universal code of conduct, then it provides an opportunity for someone other than a community that is unwilling to enforce it against a given member to then step in and enforce it. So first pressure point. Second pressure point, which is linked with this, the issues arising from cooperative behavior and free cooperative behavior, the Croatian case. And you, again, I assume are aware with this issue where a small local Wikipedia project was captured by a community of editors with a certain political agenda. And here again, here is a quote that illustrates that issue. Wikipedia is something that is so bottom-up, such that only local projects have any sovereignty over themselves, which is incredibly disruptive to the movement. And this is a hole into our mission and vision. Look at the Croatian Wikipedia as a great example. Look at the Scots Wikipedia. Look at the Azeri Wikipedia, which is an ongoing problem. So 2 points of external pressure, but also 1 point of external pressure. And the external pressure is the kind of legal landscape that is shifting. And I'm thinking of EU regulations here. One interviewee told us they, and I believe they meant the foundation, were more or less obliged in any case to do a code. They had to do one for Europe, so they told themselves, why not do the same for everyone? And then another interviewee, which is perhaps a little more explicit, the legal landscape is changing across the whole world, not just in the USA, but in Europe, where there is a greater deal of responsibility being expected from companies that host services online like ours, et cetera, et cetera. So we see here that there is an external legal landscape that is changing, that is shifting from the US, the original US legal landscape that was extremely permissive, to the one imposed by the EU, which is much less permissive. Of course, this raises, and you know that as Wikipedians, enormous controversies on the network. But I would say that these controversies, those who initiated the process were very well aware of those controversies. Here's what the process raised as controversies. The process is quite a departure from the Wikimedia model of the past. One technique would be start a page on MetaWiki on OpenPage and just let everyone edit. and I will skip. Unfortunately, again, you go back to the first problem: who is going to dominate the editing there? Who is going to be inclined to edit there? And so we decided to go for a more structured process. So this is a kind of controversial dimension of the project, of course, is its, to a certain extent, top-down dimension, okay? And the same issue arose for the selection process of those sitting in these committees, these drafting committees. So again, quote, so we decided that we would do the selection ourselves, and that was a controversial step. However, we did put a lot of work into it, recruiting folks who had policy writing experience, who brought a really good wide set of experiences. So people who could represent some of these small communities, people who could represent groups that had seen higher levels of harassment than the main communities. But we also, of course, needed to have representatives from our large wikis to make sure there is some harmony in how this policy is written with some of the local policies. So there is a very clear effort to promote a certain level of diversity within these drafting committees. And as a natural outcome of diversity, some debates arose within the drafting committees. And I cannot walk you through all these debates and controversies, but one is worth mentioning, and that is the meaning of race. And that was specifically came out during phase one, all right? So, of course, this is not a big surprise, but depending on the system or the country where you are, you might or might not recognize the existence of races. And this is a highly controversial point. Here's what an interviewee told us. There was the challenge of identifying values that were universal, like when you talk about race, what does it mean to different people? And even more explicitly, another interviewee said, at another point where we had a lot of discussion was the word race, and I said to myself, I don't want this word in the code of conduct, because in no ethical code in a certain country, even in university ethical codes, you don't see the word race in Europe, because nobody accepts that there are different races. So these are key philosophical debates, right? And you see a compromise. I think it is reflected in a kind of compromise in the language of the UCOC. If you compare Article 2 with Article 3.1 of the UCOC, you will see the presence or not of race in either provision. Enforcement, again, the same debate or tension between bottom-up and top-down governance. Here is an interesting aspect to underline, to see the challenges that were raised during the drafting process. And here I'm thinking more specifically about the enforcement guidelines. Halfway, I'm citing here the quote on the slide. Halfway through the revisions committee, one of the committee members brought up the concept of subsidiarity, which is the idea that the smallest, most local body should handle issues, unless it is beyond their capability, at which point then it escalates. But if a smaller, more regional, more local body can handle, it should. And you see this reflected in the enforcement guidelines in section 1. In line with the movement principle of decentralization, the UCOC should be enforced at the most relevant local level possible. Now, turning to local reception, and this is based on the case of the French Wikipedia, what we saw is that existing divides within the French community, the Francophone community, basically were dramatized by the Universal Code of Conduct. I mean, the Universal Code of Conduct came into a landscape that was already divided, and different stakeholders in these divides basically take different positions on the Universal Code of Conduct. And that's something that our interviewees told us very consistently. But one said it, I think, very concisely. Actually, I just skipped something, I'm sorry, here. On the one hand, there is a group that identifies itself as being inclusive and progressive, which the others call woke. And on the other hand, there is another group that presents itself as universalist, rationalist, and that the first group calls reactionary or fascist. The inclusive group is very much in favor of the UCOC, which it considers as a method that will protect them against what they call aggressions. The others are much more reluctant because in their own words, it is an Anglo-Saxon fantasy that we do not need. And by we, they mean the Francophone Wikipedians. So we see a lot of controversies, a lot of debates. What is quite interesting is that references to the UCOC are spreading. And we see that whether those citing or referring to the UCOC are in favor or against it, which might be a sign that, in fact, the legitimacy of this UCOC is to a certain extent recognized. We see references in disputes before outcomes. We see references in disputes between editors, and we see references in decisions rendered by administrators and stewards across different projects. Okay, so let me turn to the last bit of my presentation, and hopefully we'll have some time for questions and answers. And this concerns what we call the legalization of Wikipedia. So that's quite interesting because there are different sides to this legalization. That's something we're currently thinking about. So I would actually be very happy to hear your thoughts on this. But we see that the UCOC is providing a kind of jurisdictional basis to do things that couldn't be done in the past. And this is something our interviewees told us, and I think this is supported clearly by the text of the UCOC. The UCOC provides the legal basis. Please note the legalistic language, the legal basis, okay? This is not a lawyer saying that. This is just someone involved in this process. The legal basis for somebody else enforcing the things that should have already been enforced. And this interviewee, in all fairness, was referring here to the Fram case. Another interviewee, again, used that kind of jurisdictional legalistic language. What we're trying to do is create a system of justice that will bridge hundreds of languages and communities around the world. Now, it creates a jurisdictional basis to do certain things. It also creates a substantive body of rules that are, we can call them mandatory or possibly constitutional. What are constitutional or mandatory rules for lawyers? These are rules that cannot be derogated from by different stakeholders, whether they're public entities or individuals. So basically, that's what the Universal Code of Conduct is doing, and that's what our interviewees told us. For instance, one said, the UCOC, no, sorry, I'm not there. Yes, the community is violent. I mean, we need laws. In any society, there are laws. One cannot let people decide depending on their daily mood, otherwise it is a machine to crush minorities. But you might object and say, well, we already have some sorts of rules on Wikipedia. The main difference is this one, and I think was captured by another interviewee. A lot of the on Wikipedia policies, and note the word policies and not laws or rules, can be amended by any editor. And some of them wander off the place widely. You never have a kind of situation that is stable for a year. So they are unstable and often end up in a very badly worded form. But the code of conduct is unamendable and everybody is bound by it. Okay? So that's one aspect. It is binding. It is not something that can be amended, at least not by any editor on the Wikipedia space. There is something else that is clearly mandatory with the UCOC. It is the fact that it is a baseline that cannot be contradicted. At least it can only be complemented in a stricter direction. Interviewee 2, the idea of the UCOC is that it is so fundamentally obvious that that should be the baseline. That's where we start, and then everything else, more strict, is built upon that. We may have stricter rules within Wikipedia, on the English Wikipedia, but that's the fundamental basis that should be respected. Even more clearly, interviewee 22 told us, we have one governing guideline or constitution that sort of like guides our action, because sometimes some of the things we do in our local communities may not necessarily be acceptable when we come to a global community like Wikipedia. Okay, so these are very descriptive findings, and some of you are already very familiar with this. Maybe at a more theoretical level, and I will not insist on this, but maybe this opens some ideas for discussion, and I will please pardon my academic kind of tendency to theorize things that are very practical. But we see initially, you may remember I started with this idea of conflict, this tension between the freedom of a space rooted in libertarian values on the one hand, and that's pillar 5, and on the other hand, the need to have respectful interactions on this space, and that is pillar number 4. And I believe these institutional norms which surround, the Wikipedia space, Wikimedia spaces are conflicting to a certain extent. I mean, you can see how these can enter into conflict, and that's what I call the conflicting institutional norms. These result in conflicting organizational rules at a more practical level. You see tension on a day-to-day basis in the rules that are applied on these spaces. And finally, on the ground, conflicting internal behavior. People who relate to Wikipedia because they like one or the other of the values. And because of that, they fundamentally disagree on what it means to be a Wikipedian. The UCOC, I don't know if it will achieve to do that, but I think what it is trying to do is to tilt the balance between those two values. And it's trying to tilt it in the direction of perhaps a more legalized, a more normative space that is, careful at preserving some norms of conduct. So would be ideally, but of course this is only like an ideal type. This is not going to happen because Wikimedia is much more complex than my little graph on the slide. But a select institutional norm that would create clearer, more streamlined organizational rules and hopefully stabilize internal behavior. Okay? So I have 3 minutes, 50 minutes, 3 minutes, 50 seconds. And so I thank you for your attention. Any questions, please feel free to ask. And you can write to me. Thank you. Here.
Sorry. We need to use the microphones for the folks who have joined us online.
Yep. So thank you. Thank you for presentation. I know the room name was missing, so I was like hard to finding. But yeah, so I'm Youngjin from the former UPORC building committee. So I was part of the building the UPORC committee charter after the ratification process came in. Yeah. And what I was like saying is like what I'm expecting is like we are trying to building the reporting system or the whatever systems are not building on the small wikis that they don't have enforcement systems too much. Because I know the many committee members are from the bigger, larger wikis. So I expecting like I want to see how the UPORC committees works and the govern how the reporting and the other things implemented by UPORC and everything is working. And then have to evaluate more about how the Universal Code of Charter goes. This is like my simple and quick comment. So thank you very much for presentation.
Yeah, absolutely. So of course, it all depends in the end on another aspect which we are not focusing on, which is the U4C, which will come out at some point. Yeah. So thank you for that comment. Here, I can.
Thanks for this talk. I find this very interesting, and I'm going to reference another paper that you wrote, the Canceling Disputes paper, which came out a year or two ago, which is a great paper. And I wonder if you can talk about how you understand the UCOC and its enforcement comparing to the way that the arbitration committee might be considering things like social capital and not just the rules.
No, that's a great question. I hate being in the business of policy making because that's very dangerous. I leave it to others usually. I think deep down, the capacity for a dispute settlement body to not give priority to a more powerful individual lies in due process rules. I think this is basically probably something that could be considered for the U4C. But again, I hate to, give advice to. I'm more someone who observes and analyzes. But that's a really good question. I think what the UCOC is trying to do, and we see that when we see the grounding in this internal pressure point to the Fram case, is basically to make sure that situations where a powerful individual is escaping control and sanction doesn't happen again. because I think that's typically what happened with Fram. I mean, I realize this is a controversial topic, and I want to stay outside of this. So it will be key to ensure that the application of the UCOC is also immune to this kind of prioritization of more powerful groups that can come to the rescue of powerful individuals. Yeah. So great question. Tough one. And maybe.
Sorry, we've got a question from folks online. How flexible is this? Who can amend it? Who oversees it? How is it decided, and what amendment needs to be done and what shouldn't? So quite a complicated question.
Yeah,
from
no,
the folks
it's
online.
a good question. In 2-1-0 second, I see the timer.
We've got 5 minutes more for discussion. You've got some grace.
Yeah, okay, great, okay, super. The quick answer to this is I don't know. My sense, I mean, based on what I've heard, is that there is no procedure for the amendment of the Universal Code of Conduct. And most constitutions, have a procedure for amendment, which is, usually not used so easily. This one doesn't have one. It is also not left to the community to amend it. So the short answer is there is no possibility for amendment. I'm sure there would be a possibility if there is an issue to amend it. That being said, I think what is important to see is that it is a baseline. Some of these values are so obvious that, I mean, to a certain extent, unless there are issues when applying them, I don't know if there would be really a need to amend them. But I think it's a product of design, the fact that they cannot be amended, because that's one of the issues with a very unstable environment based on very unstable policies, and the need to have at some point, certain fixed guidelines. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Fantastic presentation. I'm following your research. I was curious because you mentioned now some new legislation like Digital Services Act, and Wikipedia is regulated under the Digital Services Act. And putting the code of conduct in the framework of platform governance or digital constitutionalism, to what extent do you think, or if you are following this conversation, this model is replicable? Because this is a very different, the platform that Wikipedia is very different than everything that is regulated under this act. So I was curious to what extent we can hope that this could be replicated as a model.
When you say replicated as a model, you mean, are you questioning the fact that this model would apply to Wikipedia? Or are you saying what Wikipedia has done could be replicated elsewhere?
It could be replicated elsewhere.
My sense, I mean, I'm not an expert on this, on digital constitutionalism. Giovanni is, but he's not here. Is that I think this kind of model is spreading. I mean, whether it is the right reaction from the foundation to apply to Wikipedia, I mean, that's a whole different conversation. But my sense is that there is a level, what sociologists call isomorphism. That's a complex word for saying that there's a diffusion of models of governance across different spaces for different reasons. For mimetic reasons, they're simply imitating, copying each other, thinking that what works on one space will work on the other space. For professional reasons, those who create a system in one platform will just diffuse it on another one, and for legal reasons also. And I think in the case of Wikipedia, that's one of the tensions, the legal landscape that is changing. And that's my final word. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And I will stay for the next presentation. So.
Awesome. So if anyone needs to move, if you want to go to another session, go now. If you want to stay for the next session, get yourself settled. We'll start in 2 minutes. So all change if you want to change. Sorry. Right, if everyone could get settled so we can get started with the next presentation, please. Find a seat and get comfy.
Okay, I guess we are good. Okay.
Okay,
I think we can start.
off you go.
Okay.
So I can stay here.
Maybe you can stay here.
Okay.
Welcome everyone to our presentation on Wikidata and Americanization. My name is Piotr Konieczny and I am joined here by
Wojciech Lewaniowski.
and we are going to be again telling you a really, what I hope is a fun and interesting story about the practical use of Wikidata and how we can use it to do real research that wasn't previously possible. So let's get started. All right. So Americanization is something I believe everybody is vaguely familiar with. It's one of those common buzzwords like globalization and so on. And we have chosen it for our research because it is, again, a relatively well-known topic. Even through English Wikipedia page about Americanization is just like, start or C-class, not particularly impressive. Have to work on that at some point. But it is a topic which is, again, not particularly well quantified. There are a lot of articles in social sciences about it, but they don't really explain the numbers. And this is, of course, related to various biases on Wikipedia. We all know our project is suffering from many biases. The gender bias is the one that's most famous, but there are others. So Wikipedians tend to focus too much on things that we like, pop culture, or some esoteric things. Big topics are not all very well covered. Well, we all know that the project has many problems, and one of those problems, even if we assume it's a problem, is that again there is bias towards, again, things we know with regards to, again, Americanization, because people know about the United States, people care about the United States. A lot of the Wikipedians are from United States, and so we assume that this is going to be something we can actually show, we can measure, and we can also use it as a proxy to talk about Americanization in the big world. Because, again, while there are quite a few academic books, not to mention articles about Americanization, there is really no quantification. Like, if you want to say, is Poland more Americanized than Italy? We don't know. Well, now maybe we know because of our research, but until our research, nobody ever tried to actually quantify this and compare this. So this is a problem that our research is trying to address. Now, we can measure this in various ways. Again, Americanization is a complex concept. We can talk about culture, we can talk about language, we can talk about social media, and so on and so on. And here, of course, we are at Wikimania. We are talking about Wikipedia articles and Wikidata entries. And briefly, we can say, well, let's see how many articles, but also other digital objects like references and so on that we use in our projects are related to United States. And through this, we can actually try to measure which, for example, Wikipedia is more Americanized. Like, is, for example, Polish Wikipedia more Americanized than Italian or Korean and so on? Well, this is actually something we can measure because, this is data. Unlike, again, previous studies which were talking about various aspects of culture and so on. Culture is beautiful, but, culture is not very easy to quantify. And this is what we can do with Wikidata. We can actually quantify culture. We can quantify previously unmeasurable concept. And this is really, I think, one of the coolest things we are trying to mention and promote because, again, there in social sciences, I am a social scientist myself, there is a lot of theoretical concepts. We talk about globalization, we talked about inequality. A lot of this stuff is very hard to quantify. If you actually try to look for data that allows you to compare various countries and so on, this stuff often doesn't exist. It was shocking me when I learned about this as a student. It still shocks me how little of our big concept is actually quantifiable. Again, globalization, like there are some indices of that, but they are not very good, mostly focusing on economics and so on. And here we can actually see that we can use Wikipedia, Wikidata and so on to quantify cultural things. And again, I personally think it's super cool, and I hope you guys will agree that at least this has some potential for improving our knowledge. All right, so let's take a look at something. sorry, I managed to, in my excitement, run over the local lighting system. All right, so again, we are asking our questions, which Wikipedians have more American content? Now, what actually this can tell us? Again, this can allow us to measure not only, of course, Americanization, we can measure later using the same metrics, other things like influence of, let's say, Western culture in general, or the spread of Korean culture or African culture and so on. We can actually see patterns in cultural dominance, shifting, retreating, and so on. This is not what we are doing yet, but our model allows for, again, measuring culture on that level. Now, how did we actually create this model? This is something Wojciech will tell you about.
Okay, so we started to explore which methods we can use to find those articles which are related to American culture, United States, and so on. There are different possibilities how to do that. One of the, we can say, simplest way of thinking is category structure on Wikipedia. And second approach, which we try it using Wikidata statements, so Wikidata items which are semantically connected with Wikipedia articles in different languages. If we go to a category structure, we can observe that there is a lot of categories, over 10 million over the different languages. And the problem of those categories is that there is no stable construction, there is no hierarchy of categories, and they are changed over time. So it's difficult to find categories, all categories that are related to American culture, United States. So we go to second approach, which use Wikidata items, as I said before. And this is semantic database, so we can find a lot of information that cannot be directly founded by Wikipedia. So thanks to semantic structure, Wikidata can create new knowledge, and we can also find items in more specific way. So we explore around 100 million Wikidata items to find, we're using different approach to find America related to American culture and United States. For example, what we can use in Wikidata items, there are different statements related to country, alignment to country, for example, which city is placed in what country, place of birth, if it's person, country of citizenship, and so on. Here you have examples. Boston is an item in Wikidata with identify Q100, and we can find their statement that Boston is placed in country United States. Steve Jobs, we can also find information about his, for example, place of birth or citizenship. So we explore such items to find related Wikipedia articles in considered language versions of Wikipedia. In this study, we took 58 languages. Of course, we can expand this research to other languages, but there is some problems with and limitation which we will discuss later.
All right, so I will resume. With regards to the theory, we don't really have time here to talk about, let's say, the sociological and cultural theories underpinning our research, but I just put on a few previous studies. Michael Ribe Laniado, 2008, did some pioneering research on cultural studies and Wikipedia. I have some papers of relevance as well. And for the big theoretical background, we rely on Hecht, Hofstede, Ingerhard, Wetzel, which again, we do not have time to explain what those theories generally imply because we are limited on time, but you can of course check them on Wikipedia if you are more curious, or read our paper, which is already published in a journal. Or the first of the several series we have planned. Now, with regards to how we actually do this, I will talk a bit more because a bit of meat in the data is useful. So we have designed several parameters. We call them here in those abbreviations like PP, CRV, and so on. We have 4 of them in the initial analysis. What they are actually showing us, the first two, the PP, CRV, and the VPC, are kind of telling us, is our data reliable, by looking at the percentage of people in a primary country reading Wikipedia in a given language, which can be very high or very low. For example, a lot of people, almost everybody in Poland reads Polish Wikipedia, and very few people outside Poland actually read Polish Wikipedia because that's language dependent. For some other countries, you know, like English or Arabic, the numbers are quite different because people from many countries go there. This is also related to our limitations. I'll talk about them in a moment. Second VPC parameter is related to the other side of this coin, percentage of views from the primary country directed to that Wikipedia. Because you can have, again, Wikipedias which are read by people from other countries, and this is again skewing the data, because if you want to ask, are people in a given country interested in this, but let's say Americanization, well, to what degree we are actually measuring this, right? If we take, for example, let's say Russian Wikipedia is one of those semi-international Wikipedias. People read it from Ukraine, from Belarus, from a lot of Central Republics, and so on. Just like English Wikipedia is international, and people from all around the world read it as well. So we cannot say that some Wikipedias represent only a particular country. Again, there are easy cases like Poland, Korea, and some others, and cases which are much more problematic like Arabic and so on. Now, our second set of parameters, the US RAS and US RAVC, is talking about the American data. In other words, what is the percentage of American-themed articles in a given Wikipedia, and how popular they are. This is the RAVC. In other words, are people actually reading this? Because as we will see from our data, we will have Wikipedias which have a lot of American articles, which people are not really reading them much. And on the contrary, we also find there are Wikipedias where people want to read about American topics, but they don't have that much American articles. So actually, you can use our model to even figure out if there is some Wikipedias need or want more coverage of particular topics, and you don't even have to limit this to things like American culture, Korean culture. Presumably you could use the same model to talk about entertainment, sports, military, or something else. We are going to be exploring this maybe in future Wikimanias. Now, a bit about limitations, because it's something that we should mention. Briefly put, Wikipedias not always cover particular countries. That's why we actually limited our study to about 58 Wikipedias, which are relatively large and somewhat representative of particular countries. Out of those, we say that 47 meet our two of our several reliability criteria, primarily having more than 40,000 articles, and at least 50% of the expected population uses that Wikipedia, and similarly, it has 50% of views from that particular country. So we're trying to aim for something that's not very small, and it's roughly used by at least half the people of a given country and culture. Because if we try to go with like 90%, we'd end up with like 5 Wikipedias, because again, we are very much international project. As a reminder, we don't have, let's say, Indian Wikipedia. There's no Indian language. Arabic Wikipedia spans half, almost like half the world if you go by geographic things. Spanish and Portuguese Wikipedia actually represent 90% of Latin America, because that's pretty much where the language is mostly spoken if you go by number of people who are alive. English Wikipedia is kind of international. So there is a lot of similar small problems, and if you read our paper, we have like 1.5 pages discussing this in more detail. But since we are running out of time, I'm going to quickly talk about the cool stuff, which is the results. So what did we find out? Well, we found out that indeed we can measure the stuff, and there are some interesting things we can take a look. Here we have a bubble chart. You can explore it in more detail on Wodek's website, which is linked below. And this is showing us Wikipedias. For example, here we have in the top right corner, you can see EN. This is the big bubble for the English Wikipedia, which kind of tells us what we expected, also tells us that our research is actually making some sense. In other words, English language Wikipedia is the one which both has the most articles about American topics and they are the most popular. And this is actually good because if we didn't find it, it would mean our data is probably borked and something else, we are just not making any sense. Now, on the other hand, you can see again that there are Wikipedians in which, let's say, in which American articles are popular, but they are not read as much, and some where the reverse is true. Some Wikipedians, again, similar to English, and we call those actually the ones with high Americanization. Italy, by the way, emerges as the most Americanized Wikipedia in the world, except English one. Why? We don't really have time to discuss it. It's because we are talking mostly about the data, but this is something that I will also come back in the later slides. And if you are curious about other ones, here we have Arabic, for example, Spanish and Portuguese almost at the same level as Italian, and so on and so on. Unfortunately, again, we just have about 10 minutes remaining, so I cannot go over every of the 50 countries, but I will tell you a bit more about some details. Here we can see the same data, but in the form of the table. The first, again, two columns talk about, let's say, the reliability. So, for example, the low number, 7% for Chinese Wikipedia is a reminder that actually Wikipedia is blocked in China. So actually have very few people we can from China that are actually reading that Wikipedia. It's mostly actually people from Hong Kong and Taiwan. Also VPN data also skews that particular data set, so we cannot be fully even sure about this. For the English one, again, it has the highest number. The 5 top numbers in each row are bolded. So we can see, for example, that as far as the views, in other words, people being interested in American topics, we have English and then Italian, followed by French, Spanish, and German. Those are the Wikipedias where people seem to care about American topics the most. But with regards to how many or the percentage of articles about America, that's a bit different. Again, English is still number 1. But you can see, for example, Arabic Wikipedia, even though American topics are not as popular there, still has quite a lot of articles about America, maybe botting and so on. You can see this again in some other cases as well. Again, don't really have time to go into every single country. We do have a few pages of discussions about this in our paper, but I still have a few things to cover. We also have, we are developing additional supplementary data based on the number of references, American references, which are the most popular. For example, here, if I zoom to this, you can see the list of some most popular American sources of references that includes the New York Times, also CIA.gov. For those who are like, what the hell? This is because CIA has a world factbook of information, which used to be cited a lot for like demographical data, country size, population, and all of that. So this is not the evidence that American government is manipulating Wikipedia. It's just that for some reason, CIA has a good, nice, like mini encyclopedia that people used to use a lot in the early days of Wikipedia. Now, here I'm going to pass the mic to Wojciech, who will tell you a bit about the cool heat maps he developed.
Generally, to measure importance of sources in Wikipedia, in that case, American sources in Wikipedia, we plan to use different models. One of the simplest way to find out if the American sources are important in different languages is to count how frequent they are in references. But we also wanted to, as Piotr mentioned before, there is a question if this articles was produced by bots and maybe it's not shows real interest of Wikipedia readers in this language. So we wanted to use more complicated model to measure importance of American sources. It's, as an example, PR model and AR model are also includes data about popularity of articles, and R model is about measuring also authors' interest for these articles. So these heat maps in general shows the positions in rankings of selected sources. If you want, I can zoom. for F model, for example, here we have, okay, if you want to have more details, you can go to this website special for Wikimania, interactive heat map. So you can see here how high is position of separate source in separate language version. So you see that depending on language version, the same source can have different position. So it means different also importance. But if you compare these results in different models, we also can observe different results, different trends, and so on. So we planned to expand this research and publish, I think, several papers about that. It's a big topic, interesting topic, a lot of problems, but we also invite other researchers to join maybe this interesting research.
Well, our data is available online, and we hope this will inspire more scholars from various fields to look into how we can use Wikidata again to quantify previously that unmeasurable concept like Americanization. And there's plenty of those, Westernization, influence of Chinese culture, and so on and so on. Now, we are slowly running out of time, so I'm just going to quickly go over a few more findings and then open the room for questions. Here, the last few slides talk about some of the research related to specific countries. Roughly, we find, for example, that the so-called developed countries, however we define them, are more Americanized than the developing countries, or at least the Wikipedias representing developed countries have both more articles and percentage-wise and more views of American topics than not. So this is one interesting conclusion. Now, some other things, again, as I mentioned, English Wikipedia, the most Americanized. Outliers, Haitian and Urdu Wikipedia, we just treat them as outliers because probably botting and other things. We don't think they're actually representing cultural phenomena rather than bad data. We next find that the next most actually Americanized region is both Europe and Latin America. In particular, Latin America seems to have a lot of interest in American topics. We have some specific numbers here, like 16% popularity, 11% article count of Spanish and Portuguese Wikipedias are about American topics. For Europe, we divided them into specific groups like Catholic, Protestant, Orthodox, and the numbers here are a bit lower, as you can see, at the average about like a bit below 10%. So again, our research, for example, suggests that Latin America is more Americanized, more interested in American topics and covers them more than any other place in the world. And if you want to ask why, well, this is for cultural scientists to discuss, because we honestly are not, we have some hypotheses in our paper, but we are not fully sure. We are not experts on Latin American culture, and assuming our data is correct, and we think it is, because the numbers, those are large Wikipedias with many views from that region, so they do seem to represent real phenomena and not some bad data. That said, again, check our limitation sections in the paper, because, well, we are dealing with quite complex data. And I mentioned Italy as the place which is very, let's say, Americanized. On the other hand, Norway seems to be the least Americanized country. For some reason, Norway Wikipedia has the least, with regards to Europe, has the least topics about America and the least views. There are, with regards to Western, actually, I should mention countries. Belarus is the least Americanized in Europe. Also, the data for Belarus on the wiki is iffy. For those who know the problems, well, it's not perhaps the most reliable finding. Ukraine, for example, has middling number. Poland is a bit higher. But unfortunately, I think we don't really have time to go again through all those countries. So I will just mention again that Western countries seem to be more Americanized than non-Western. With regard to the rest of the world, well, we know less, because again, Europe has a lot of different Wikipedias, and if you look at again Africa or Asia, there are much fewer, not to mention again the problem with the Latin America. Asian cluster reports values of about 5% popularity and 6 article count, Islamic 4 and 9, so a bit lower than Europe and definitely lower than Latin America. If you want details on, again, Islamic Wikipedia and so on, they are on the slides, but we really want to have at least 1 or 2 questions, and I'm sure you guys may want to ask something. What I will say is, again, our data, for example, for India is not very good because Indian Wikipedia doesn't exist. We have Hindi as a proxy, but it's a low actually popularity Wikipedia overall compared, so we don't know much about India. Hebrew Wikipedia representing Israel seems to be on the same level as Western Europe, highly interested in American topics. Chinese Wikipedia also seems to be relatively interested in American topics. To what degree this represents mainland China, we are not really sure, because data on that is, again, very limited. So this is pretty much what we have found out. There is, again, pretty much, we have many questions. We are trying to understand our data, and we will input from both more cultural scientists and more wiki experts. And now we are pretty much going to pass this to you for the last minute or so of our Q&A time. What would you like to ask us?
I'm just going to nip in with one or two questions from the online folks, if that's okay. First one is, do we have neutral models that would determine what the expected value of these various measures would be in an ideal neutral encyclopedia?
I think briefly would say...
Microphone, sorry.
I think the expected models would represent some kind of parity between countries, and we would have to discuss what it does mean to have a parity and neutrality in this aspect. Like, should we be representing, for example, numbers of population? Like, should we have equal number of articles based on current population? What about history? So in other words, we do not, because it's very difficult to talk about neutrality when we talk about like entire world throughout the entire history. It's kind of like saying, well, it's much more complex than with gender, which would be roughly 50%, but here, well, much more difficult to develop. But a good idea. So anybody, whoever asks these questions, email us and we'll be happy to talk about it. It's cool.
So my question is, how are you able to quantify pages that a lot of people visit, but the page wasn't created, so therefore people hit a red link, so it doesn't show up?
Yes, okay, it's a problem from one hand, but from another hand, we can find those page views in a statistic data set. Even if page do not exist, the page views mechanism collect this data. Of course, if article doesn't exist, it will collect much less potential page views than people who want to enter to this page, to this red link, and there is no page. So, of course, this is one of the limitations of our study. There are different rules in Wikipedias that say that you must prepare perfect article to be published. So maybe someone wanted to place some short information about something related to America, but he or she cannot because of rules in this local Wikipedia language.
I will also add that, as we mentioned, limitations, the smaller the Wikipedia we analyze, the less complete it is, the less data we have. So this model has like a lot of future potential. As Wikipedia grows, our data will be better and better because it will be more complete. Right now, we can think of this preliminary study, which kind of shows the feasibility of this model, but let's wait 20 more years for really good data.
How do you deal with automatic translate tools?
We controlled for the number of bots active, and I would say this is like this is what we do at this point. So Wikipedians which have a lot of bots are given like less ways in our research.
I can also add something because we use two measures. More than two, but one of them is found how much articles related to all articles, how much articles about America are in this language. And second measure is measure how popular are articles, those articles. So even if bots create articles, but a very low number visit these articles, we also will see on the second measure that it's not so popular in this language. American topics not so, even if the number is big.
And we're going to have to wrap it up there, I'm afraid, folks. Okay, so we've got 1 minute for the end of the session. So if you need to go to a different session, feel free to leave. The next session will be starting shortly. Thank you very much to our speakers. If the next speaker's in the room, could they come and talk to me, please?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, he's good.
Thank you for coming. Good job.
Yeah, happy with that?
It went well.
Yeah, it did very well.
Okay, let's start. Hello, everyone. Thank you for the invitation for this great event. I've never seen anything like this before here in this site, actually. I think this is the biggest congress I've seen here. So congratulations for that, and really happy to be here. My presentation, short presentation, will be a kind of a review of different examples about the art of technology, or maybe more about challenges or ways in how we can present quite complicated, complex and difficult knowledge about industry, about human body, about science. So it won't be about Wikipedia, but somehow it will be, as you will see. Actually, because I will be talking about the knowledge and you deal with the knowledge. So actually we talk about the same. Okay, let's start because I'm the manager of the Museum of Metallurgy here in Chorzów, in a neighboring city to Katowice. And I focus and deal with education, with cultural education. This is the main thing in my field of the interest. I'm the heritage interpreter, actually, for many years, and I focus on industrial heritage because, as you probably know, Upper Silesia, we are at the moment or used to be one of the most industrialized areas in the whole world, actually. So after the transformation, after 1989, we grew up to find it our heritage, actually. So the coal mining, steel industry, iron industry, with its culture, with its heritage, is our cultural heritage, I mean, Upper Silesians. So in my work, I used to use 6 principles of heritage interpretation from Freeman Tilden. It's a classical method of interpretation of the heritage. However, it's quite old because it's from 1957, and what's interesting, it came not from cultural heritage, but from natural sciences, because Freeman Tilden was educator in the natural parks of United States, actually. So we can say that interpretation of culture came from interpretation of nature. So I think it's quite interesting combination, especially nowadays, when we deal so much with the nature and the consequences of culture toward nature. So the 6 principles, shortly. The first one, that interpretation does not somehow relate what is being displayed or described to something within the personality or experience of the visitor, will be sterile. Interpretation should be personal to the audience. So it should refer to personal experience of the audience. Another one, information as such is not interpretation. This is the crucial one. Interpretation is revelation based upon information. Successful interpretation must do more than present facts. So it's not like watching the news in a TV, actually. It's something more added to the new. The third one, interpretation is an art which combines many arts. Any art is in some degree teachable. As you see, the examples I will present are mainly about arts, about different arts. The chief aim of interpretation is not instruction but provocation. Interpretation should stimulate people into a form of action. Interpretation should aim to present a whole rather than a part. Interpretation is conceptual and should explain the relationships between things. Interpretation addressed to children shouldn't be a dilution of the presentation to adults, but should follow a fundamentally different approach. Different age groups have different needs and require different interpretative programs. So, reading these 6 principles, we see that interpretation is an art itself, actually. But to talk or to inform or to interpret the science is actually the challenge old as science itself. And what is really the access and what is really the goal is to expand the access to knowledge. So actually this is the same aim you have as a Wikipedians, and as you see there are a lot of guys revolutionary in their thinking, even in 15th or 16th century, who did the same you do at the moment, actually. But of course, they had different tools and different possibilities to what we have nowadays. So the first one, which is worth to be mentioned in the field of science and industry, is Georgius Agricola and his work De Re Metallica from 1550. Quite complicated, probably the first book which tried in a complex way to show or to gather and to share the whole knowledge about the industry, about mining, about iron ores, about how to dig it, about how to transform it into iron and different metals, how to seek for it, how to transform it into something which is usable, some tools, etc., etc. So actually, the book of Agricola is in the same proportion pictures and text. Actually, it's kind of a map. If you take a look at the maps are also a kind of a picture and text and the interpretation, because the map really doesn't show the real shape of the area of the landscape. So this is also much or less the same. Here you have some example of the pages from Agricola showing some processes in the mining. There is numbers or letters at the items shown at the pictures, and there is the explanations actually, and there are the references in the text to the letters in the pictures actually. So the reader or the watcher, the viewer, can easily connect the letters with the pictures, with the items, and get the whole interpretation of the process, which is quite complex. The next one is Jan Amos Komensky, so-called Comenius. Comenius, which maybe you don't know about it, but he have lived in nowadays Polish area for many years, in Leszno, in Greater Poland. Orbis Pictus wasn't done in Leszno, but anyway, Jan Amos Komensky, while living in Leszno, was also one of the revolutionaries in the system of education, because he's known as a father, so-called father of the modern educational system, because he also, as one of the first, proposed to learn in national languages. And Orbis Pictus is a kind of the manifesto, as a kind of a statement of his way of education. Jan Amos Komensky wanted to spread the knowledge and to make the knowledge as accessible as possible, actually. So this is the crucial thing, because knowledge was dedicated in this time rather to nobilities, to European elites, churches, priests, etc., etc., not for the ordinary people. So the ambition of Jan Amos Komensky was to spread it out, to make it accessible for actually everybody. That's why he decided also to use the pictures, just like Agricola. But as Agricola referred to industry, Jan Amos Komensky wanted to describe the whole world, and actually all the things, the processes, the phenomena of the ordinary living. So you have about planting plants, about having dinners, about going to the market, and so on, etc., etc. Actually, so the way is the same. Actually, to put some kind of a scene taken from the ordinary living, from the mundane situations, and then put the letters on the symbols, and then describe what's happening actually at the picture. So here you can see the weaving, for example, and we have the Webster, and then the explanation what the Webster does, and then what's the loom and what loom is doing, and what's the effect of the weaving, and so on and so on. And there is the same treatment for every sphere of the lives in Comenius' work. What's also important is that there were so many editions, national editions that time of Comenius' work or Bespictus, because Comenius, as I said before, prepared a few national languages versions of his work to make it accessible to everybody, independently if the one was German speaking or English speaking or French or Italian speaking. So there was always the Latin version as a basic one. And on the other side, there was a national version of the same thing. Let's jump to 20th century, and we have Fritz Kahn. Fritz Kahn, who was a doctor. He was a surgeon of Jewish, German origins. And he also decided to use the picture and to refer it as Freeman Tilden's principles. However, Freeman Tilden's principles came 40 years later after Fritz Kahn, but he decided to refer human body processes and human body construction to the industry, which was at the beginning of 20th century very popular, very accessible industry, who changed people's life in Europe and America, and actually the industry that made the revolution in the people's living, in the living conditions, in the art actually, because we've had futurism and all this avant-garde streams in the art. So this is this refers to the culture, to the living, to the art, and what's most important, use the picture and the metaphor. So you can see the human body, because we cannot see inside the human body, and we can't see what's inside the human body. However, we are bodies actually, but anyway, we can see inside of us. So Fritz Kahn proposed some kind of a metaphor and compare it with factory of different things. I also saw it in animation, in an animated version. So if the animation is done well, it's much more. It's even much more accessible and even much more effective than just a picture. However, of course, in 1926, it was just a picture. It wasn't a separate picture because there was the whole book about human body from Fritz Kahn, when there were comparisons of the human ear and the way the sound make inside the human ear to the engine of the locomotive, and so on and so on. So if you don't know Fritz Kahn and would like to see such astonishing and surprising comparisons, take a look at Fritz Kahn books. They are in open access, also in archive.com. And another one, also more or less at the same time, was Otto Neurath, who was somehow, as scientists say, inspired by Jan Amos Komenski. However, Otto Neurath himself didn't approve with that, and actually didn't mention Jan Amos Komenski, but this is actually the same way or the same method of describing the world actually. So what was revolutionary in Otto Neurath isotype, because isotype was the name of this method of Otto Neurath, that he used the same symbols, or he tried to construct the complex pictorial language for everything, actually. This international system of typographic picture education, this is what isotype means, was first published in 1925 in some examples, some books. Here you can see how he combined individual symbol of the worker and the coal, and how he combined these two symbols, for example, to make the coal worker, actually. So putting a worker to the coal is a coal miner, actually, and going further into such kind of the combination, you can get the whole language, actually, and tell about everything using only the pictures. And pictures, as you know, especially nowadays, is actually universal language, because of course you need cultural experiences. You have to know what is coal, actually. If there is no coal around you, you don't know what is coal, actually. So this is the first thing that must happen. But if you have these cultural references, you can use these pictures absolutely for everyone, actually, independently on the language or the origins. And here is some more complex examples from Otto Neurath's books, statistics, because he also used this language for statistics. This is what we call infographics nowadays, actually, and 100 years ago, Otto Neurath proposed the first infographics, which are simple, clear, understandable, thanks to using the pictures and the symbols. And here is another example from Neurath, from the book Living in a World from 1949, which was a picture book for the kids, actually. There were a few volumes of this book, and this book was about history, about geological issues, natural issues, changing of a landscape. Here you can see how industry changed the landscape, for example. Of course, I won't explain you picture by picture what's happening, actually, but you can do it by yourself later, also using archive.com, for example. And okay, and now we're stepping into my area, actually. So into the industry, steelworking, ironworks, heavy industry, etc., etc. And the question, how to inform or how to describe in a clear, easy and accessible way about what's happening here and what's happening inside of these devices, engines, machines. You can see at the picture. This is how it looks from distance. So as you can easily see, it's quite complicated. Of course, we can see it's probably blast furnace, or it's a steelworks or ironworks. But anyway, if asked, but what's really going on with the steel, and what's this rumor all about? Probably many of you will have a lot of problems to explain it in a clear way. And we also in the Museum of Metallurgy had this problem at the very beginning, how to explain such complex and complicated processes in a clear way. Of course, we used good practices from our colleagues from Europe. This is a nice example from Zollverein Museum in Essen, in North Rhine-Westphalia in Germany. When you see at the distance, it's like a piece of art, actually, some kind of a mosaic, some abstract form. I just add that this is from the exhibition about the coal. But when you take a look from the closer distance, you will see that we have some bottles, utensils, full of different chemistry, and all of them came from the coal, actually. So using this kind of perspective, you even don't have to explain that coal is important and there are so many things made out of coal, because you can easily see it. The quantitative method, so showing how many things there are, don't need actually further explanation. Of course, there was further explanation, different objects, different stories, etc., etc. But this first impression, oh gosh, how many things coal, thanks to coal, is made, was the crucial to interest you with this issue. Another one, this is the cookery. This one is here in Bytom, in the neighborhood. How to explain what's happening in the cookery. remembering that we can't take a look inside of this cooking plant batteries. This is how it looks in nature, the whole process. If we could jump further, because the movie is quite long actually, so we have to wait a little bit to show the clouds and the cars with the coal and then with the coke. Okay, it's nice to see. It's spectacular, but how to describe what's happening actually inside and what's this clouds and this fire and so on and so on. This is also from the cookery. This is one of the tools of the interpretation, also in Zollverein in Germany. Here you can see exactly the same we saw here, the cooking plant. And this is the example how looks the interpretation. So we have the cooking plant. The cooking plant model is divided into different sections. You can put out from the model the individual sections and take a look inside what's actually inside of this section of the cooking plant. And on the movie in front of you, you can see, of course, it's kind of a visual interpretation, what's happening physically actually inside. So you can check out this technical issues moving out the block of the model and what's inside, what is the process you can see at the movie. Here is also the model of the cooking plant, more analog as you see. It's much more simplified than the one you saw before. Explanation is quite simple. There is a temperature inside the cooking plant.
And then on the other side, the hot coke is coming
and there is a coal
and getting cold,
heated to the very high temperature,
and then
which is then extinguished. Of course, model, it's something which is usable for each occasion. If you would like to tell somebody of the scale and of the general impression of the industry, especially if it doesn't exist anymore, the model or this kind of a 3D map is the perfect solution. This is the model of the blast furnace we use in our museum actually. It looks quite simple, and this is the simplification. And we made it being aware that this is the simplification. But the point is that people come in to the museum, and it doesn't matter if they are adults or kids, have the same knowledge actually about what's blast furnace actually. So we use universal, simplified model, understandable for everybody, independently, if they are kids or adults actually. So you can move it, you can enlighten it. Of course, it's better when if it's with a guide, with the interpretation. But I think using the description, everybody can really understand it. And this is, but I guess walcować po angielsku, rolling mill. This is the rolling mill. This is the rolling mill, and another one. How to describe what rolling mill is really doing? Of course, it's rolling, but what does it really mean? To roll something, to change a piece of iron into pipe or rod or anything actually. So we have some simplified models, especially for the kids, which are more or less the same actually, because the kids don't have to know what's really happening with the steel and what is the quality of the steel or what is the temperature of the steel and why it's so hot, etc., etc. It's pretty enough to know that you have these two rolling elements and you can put something between them, and what will happen with the element that was put between is that it will be lented and came much more thinner than it was at the beginning, actually. So.
Just a heads up, 1 minute before the next session.
And another example from the art, one of the last, Adolf von Menzel, one of the most famous painter of his times. He came to Chorzów, Königshütte, where the Museum of the Metallurgy is now, and paint the picture about rolling, actually. Here you have the way how we interpret the picture. So you have active point at the picture. When touching the active point, you get the interpretation what's happening at the picture, because there are many symbolic levels and also a lot of information about the technology itself. And here one example is also from Europe. We were talking about the cocking plant. So if you really would like to know what was the impact of the cocking plant for the living conditions and how the one could feel living very close to cocking plant, here we have this painting of the devil taking a breath in straight from the chimney. So I think it doesn't need further description. And here is a part of the installation from Bois de Lic mine in Belgium. It's about working in a coal mine and about dangerous and about the accidents. So here in these gaps, you can see the part of the human bodies and the part of the machines pushing together. So I think it's very touching, moving, and much more understandable than statistics. Thank you for your attention. Just a few my private examples to inspire you, if I manage. Thank you. If not.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we need to crack on with the next session. So if you've got any questions for our speaker, feel free to catch up outside this room, if that's okay. Our next session will be starting basically now. So on to just sorting out our slides. Thank you very much. So if you're staying, get comfy, have a bit of a shuggle if you've been sat for a while. Sorry, that's Scottish. It means have a bit of a move.
Yes, now it works. Good morning. I'm really honored to be here, especially that a part of what I will present you today, I actually enjoy my research scientific activity. And then I really do enjoy using actually your input into widening and making the knowledge available. So thank you very much, because also for the scientist, your job is incredibly valuable. However, I am also very much intact within a practical approach toward the heritage, mostly intangible cultural heritage. Intangible means something you can't really see. It seems so. It is something you cannot touch. But what's important, for the intangible cultural heritage. It relays on its bearers, means those people who actually remember this, can repeat a language, can repeat the rituals, can repeat festivities and organize them. One of the aspects of the intangible cultural heritage is actually the folklore, means the oral traditions of nations, ethnic groups, families even. And this is what I will tell you about today. I represent Museum Upper Silesian Ethnographic Park in Chorzów. And it might seem that actually our institution, which is presenting 18th, 19th century peasantry buildings, you would not really associate with digitization, isn't it? Because actually, why do we digitize things? One of the reasons we actually do this is to go somewhere, to see something in real life. So, since I saw on the online tour of the Rijksmuseum in Amsterdam, the unicorn horns, I bought a ticket, I went to Amsterdam, and I took a photo of the unicorn horns, which actually appeared to be some naval, some sea creatures' horns. But to the understanding of the medieval people of Middle Ages, actually there were unicorn horns. So this is why you digitize. Other reason to digitize is to see something you can't see normally. 100 meters from here, you have the Silesian Museum. I strongly recommend to visit, because why this museum is unique, not because of its collection, to be honest, but it is unique because you go underground, because this museum was actually created in a place of former coal mine. And why do we digitize? Coal Mining Museum in Zabrze digitizes underground of coal mines to be shut down. Why? Because a part of the qualified employees, nobody is let down, nobody is allowed to go there and take photos. So a special team makes 3D scans so we can explore during the 3D visits, 3D tours in the underground. And what do my institution digitize? The gibberish you can see, it's in Polish. And this is what we received. Our institution, 6 years ago, received the whole collection of songs, notes, informations, analyses of folklore, Polish folklore, mostly from Upper Silesia, but not only, also from the Dąbrowa Basin, which is a region here nearby. And this is what we got. Lots of papers, sheets of papers, you can see. It's soured paper, that's why it gets crumbly, it's very fragile. Some of the texts have been transcribed. Some part of the collection, there are also recordings. Reel-to-reel recordings. So basically, to be honest, this is the original reel-to-reel recorder, but it doesn't work. And we, as a museum, actually we don't have one to actually listen what was given to us. The author of this collection, it's late professor of ethnology, musicology, Adolf Degacz. He was an Upper Silesian researcher, collector, and his family, his wife and his daughter, donated the entire collection to our museum.
Za kolędę dziękujemy, zdrowia, szczęścia wam życzymy, abyście tu długo żyli, a po śmierci w niebie byli. Hej, kolęda, kolęda.
Okay, this is what you could hear. It was a very small, short sample of what we received. Of course, Professor Degacz was pretty famous when he was still alive. And he himself published books from his collections with the songs, with the notes, which is also important. And we keep up this tradition. And this is the most recent book published based on his collection. It's a collection of songs composed and sung by the Polish uprisers from 1919 to 1922. And as I said, why do we digitize? Because we want more people to come, yes? Well, we had quite opposite approach. Because we actually wanted the least people come to the institution the possible. Yes, well, basically, tapes are difficult to now to listen. We didn't have a device, and paper which we received is incredibly fragile. So, since the European Union made one of the major goals to digitize everything, the cultural assets, also Polish government did so, followed the European Union's policy. 3 times in a row since 2020, we received grants from the Polish government, Minister of Culture and National Heritage, to digitize the collection of Professor Degacz. And as you can see, the Silesian Digital Library, which is cooperating with us, makes the whole collection available. The only pity, however, is, I have to admit, that on the Polish Wikipedia, where is the article about Professor Degacz, there is no link to the Silesian Digital Library. This is really a pity. However, yes, this is something to be fixed. Yes. So, as you can see, we made for everybody available the text, the notes. However, the tapes are still in the process of digitization. And we gave them to the best known in Polish specialists to do so, the Institute of Arts of the Polish Academy of Science in Warsaw. So this is in the process, and this is what we have. So now I think you understand why we do not want people actually in our museum. Of course, in the archive, of course, only, yes? So, just a moment. Okay. Since we made this whole collection available, it appears that actually more and more people are using it for several purposes. There are, of course, scientific articles being written and published, books, but what is most, for me as a person enjoying the practical approach of the research and the practical results, is the usage for popularization, but not the songs themselves, but to create new knowledge, new emotions, interpersonal contacts. Will it work? Yes.
Siodce górnik po robocie i gorzołka słepie. Pany chodzą w szczerym złocie, a on bida klepie.
Can you please stop? Yes, thank you. This song is, of course, one of the collected of Professor de Gac, and this was used for the purpose of the research project about rebelled Silesia. I think, I hope many of you are familiar with a famous book by Howard Zinn, The People's History of United States. Yes, it introduces the whole entire new perspective of research to give actually the voice in a history to those who usually are voiceless. Because the documents, the big history basically forgets about the simple people who work hard in the coal mines, in the steelworks, like you saw a moment ago what my colleague was presenting. And Professor de Gac actually collected a lot of songs which were used by peasants, metal workers, coal miners. And thanks to this, a colleague, Dariusz Zalega, with his he gives a very interesting input to the working class research recently, because his input is very strongly ideologically connected with communism. But he discovers this bottom layer of a culture. He shows us completely different experiences. And he created a project, Rebel Silesia, which included not only a book, articles, but also a short documentary. And this song actually was a part of this documentary.
Sosnowiec, nagrano 30 stycznia 1968 roku. Śpiewa czechowski Józef, urodzony w 1915 roku. Ja ci powiadam, pokochaj hutnika.
Ja ci powiadam, pokochaj hutnika.
This was a small fragment of a song of a steelworker. And a place you can see, it's actually the Metallurgy Museum, which is being led by a colleague who actually spoke a moment ago. And they used the material from the collection of Professor de Gac as well, because they reconstructed a metal worker's wedding. But it was a reconstruction. People could observe, people could just enjoy the professionals and amateurs singing, giving the speeches, wedding speeches, for example. But the people were not involved. And what we actually did in our museum. A year ago, we actually set a band. Yes. The name for Polish speakers, the association with the Polish name, the Gająca Kapela, will be much clearer with the name of the professor's collection. His name is Dygacz. So there is this, let's say, phonetical association with the author of the collection. I translated it as the bobbing band, because this is how it would seem to me most fitting. And as none of us actually is a schooled musician, we invited for the collaboration such one. This is Karo Przewłoka. She is a musician and she's an author. She actually is also a musical teacher. And she absolutely loves traditional music, traditional dance. So we invited her, and she started to teach whom? People had open access. Basically, we made an announcement on Facebook, in other media, on our website, and we invited people to actually join the bobbing band. So people came. And there were people who taught other people how to play instruments because, of course, some of the members of the band have some basic knowledge and skill in playing music, but not all. Some were taught basically from the very, very basis. Also, the instruments we use, they are not instruments which you can basically find in the orchestras. Yes, a folk instrument or adjusted. So, there is a band, people, happy singing. They are meeting every Thursday in our museum, in a room, and practicing every Thursday afternoon. So basically, people do it just because they want. They have such a need, they have such a desire. Of course, you may ask why, but in my opinion, it basically connects with this, let's say, peasant approach, peasant turn in our recent culture, yes. For example, what we can observe already for 3-4 years in Upper Silesia is the folk costumes revival. Yes, something which was forgotten, unwanted, hidden in wardrobes of the grandmothers, now is basically taken out, and basically people rejoice wearing the folk costumes. But what people also do like to do, it appeared, it's being together, singing, celebrating, even events and celebrations and feasts which actually are long forgotten, which actually my ethnologists might say that they belong to the 19th century culture. Yes? So, we have here a Christmas celebration in our museum. So here you can see on the background the roof, yes, of the 19th century hut. And here you can see the members of our digging band, bobbing band, actually. So we might say that people, that we use actually people because we make events, we invite people, people have to pay. It is not so, because, of course, the entry to the museum costs money. However, we observe one event after other event that the group of people coming and joining the bobbing band is actually growing. So we decided to prepare for them singing books. This is one from the event Dancing and Singing in the Village, which was 12th of May, I think, this year. And everybody got a singing book. We also prepared a singing books for blind people with a braille language. So they also could join this festivity. And as you can see, we also had younger participants. And if we talk about intangible cultural heritage, this is one of the most important factors. Because just being together, just basically simply rejoicing good company, good weather, nice place, where is plenty of green, yes. But if we would not digitize the materials, they would never reach such a bright audience. They would not reach the young people. And intangible cultural heritage is alive only if the next following generations take it and accept it as their heritage. Heritageization is one of the, I would say, the bigger impact of what we actually did. That songs which were sung by our ancestors, grandparents, great-grandparents, who worked underground in the heat of big furnaces. And now, there is almost no industry in Upper Silesia. And there will be no more in the following 15, 20 years. But since young people have access to this, they can still sing it and treat it as their heritage. And the heritage, it is not everything which was left from the past. No. These are monuments, artifacts. This is what is left from the past. Heritage is something what builds our identity, what we choose from the past to be a part of us, who we are.
Poznała wołki na Bukowinę, wzięła ze sobą skrzypki jedyne i grała, śpiewała, swoje siwe wołki pasała. I grała, śpiewała, swoje siwe wołki pasała.
So, thank you very much. It's the first time in my life I actually fit it in time. Thank you.
Do we have any questions? Wait.
Thank you. I was at the museum yesterday. It was very nice.
Oh, thank you.
I was also thinking, is there a link between the museum and Wikidata already established today?
I don't think
some
so.
Opportunities there.
Yes, I think there are open opportunities, yes.
Nice.
And they are very welcome.
Nice. I will connect with you because
okay,
I would like
it would be very desirable. Thank you.
Okay.
Anyone else? Let me just go and check online. You're getting lots of thanks online, by the way.
Okay, thank you very much once again.
I did, actually.
Thank you. It was my pleasure. Thank you.
I'm going to be slightly sneaky and drop in with a question. In terms of the recordings from sort of 1919 to 1920s, do you know who is on those recordings? Do you have the names of the people? Because I was just thinking that it's incredibly beautiful that their voices are still with us on those recordings, subject to a rogue magnet going near it. But do we know who those people are or were?
Most of the recordings are indeed have indeed the authorship. Yes, because Professor Degage was incredibly detailed with his research. So actually, yes. However, finding whom these people actually were, it's still ongoing process. Yes, we actually this year, with the end of this year, we finished the third stage of the digitization. Yes, so it is still ongoing. And then when it will be fully accessible, we, of course, invite researchers to also use the materials and make their own discoveries, yes. We are also a small team, and it's, we can't do everything. However, this was actually one of the reasons we want to make it accessible.
You'll be glad to know someone in the chat has actually said that those links have now been added.
Oh, thank you very much.
Any more questions in the room? Oh, you've now also got a webpage about him as well.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Is there a web page in Wikipedia page in the making? Because I've seen the web page in Polish, and there's also Russian, but no other language.
No other languages,
versions.
yes. And this is actually this is something to be fixed.
I would care for a German version actually, because there are some links to German language as well here, and that's also maybe one follow-up question. Are there? I know in the past there have been projects, coal mining, history of coal mining from rural area, Ruhrgebiet in Germany and Katowice. Do you know something about these parallel projects? I have a book about this, but it's in my hotel. It's from 2003, I think. There was a big conference. Do you know something about this?
About the projects about coal mining?
Yeah, it's about the history of coal mining. They have a heritage park in the rural area as well, and maybe there are connections.
Okay. Then I will have to explain myself a little bit. I work now in the Museum Ethnographic Park in Chorzów. However, 2 years ago, I worked in the Coal Mining Museum in Zabrze. And I was one of the persons who actually stayed in contact with the colleagues from both Deutsches Bergbau-Museum and Zollverein. And yes, we planned some activities. We had even support from the local government of North Rhine-Westphalia. However, for reason unknown to me, this activity was unfortunately, sadly, stopped for now. So also now the head of the Deutsches Bergbau Museum had changed, and I think they have also different priorities at this moment.
Okay, I'm going to have to wrap it up there so that everyone can get away for lunch. Lunch is down in the main hall, in case you're wondering where it is. Okay, thank you very much for coming, everyone.
I'm demonstrating how to use this software from my own laptop and my own screen. And this means some of you in the back may have a hard time reading what it says. So I encourage you to edit this room and bring your chairs more to the front. I don't mind. They are movable. You can detach them from each other if you lift them. So if that, I mean, I will also zoom in a bit so that you can maybe see a little better, but you know, it won't be much better because you do need to see like a table. Worst case, this is recorded and you will be able to watch it later at more detail. Okay, great. That is good. Yeah. So, people can hear me fine? Yes? Yes. Okay, so how many of you are here to learn how to do magic? Raise your hand. Yes, awesome, great, so you're in the right place. And yes, I want to suggest to you that these two separate things, OpenRefine, which is a piece of software for working with data, and Wikidata, which I hope you know, is a wiki for structured data, combined together is magic. And we will learn a little bit. This is for beginners, so we will learn how to do something with that magic today. I was thinking long and hard about how to structure this workshop, and I decided that in the time allotted, I asked for 2 hours and I got 85 minutes. We can't make this a fully participatory workshop because by the time you all install it on your devices and I helped you deal with any problems, the workshop will be over. So instead, I'm going to show you, I'm going to demo the tool's abilities, and the goal is not that you are immediately able to apply it, but that you are immediately curious and want to learn how to do it yourself on your computer using this example. The tool is not difficult to install, not difficult to run, but I just don't want to spend time showing how to do that right now. So the goal from your perspective here is really just to pay attention to what's going on screen, try to understand the principles that I'm demonstrating, so that you can later at your leisure experiment with your own computer and your own data. Okay, so what is OpenRefine and why do I need it in my life? OpenRefine is software, first of all. It's not a service, it's not a tool that lives on the web, on ToolForge. It is old school software. You know, you download it to your computer and you run it on your computer. This is unusual these days. It has a lot of advantages as well, including, for example, privacy. Your data, the data you work with is not on some cloud, it's not, you know, it's on your computer and it stays on your computer until you decide otherwise. So it's software, you need to go and download it. It's available for all platforms, Windows, Mac, Unix, whatever you want, Linux, whatever you want. And it knows how to do amazing things with tabular data and even data that isn't yet tabular but wants to be. Have you ever met such data? Right? Data that is not tabular but really should have been, right? The people who produced this data or shared the data should have put it in a table and they didn't. That's very upsetting, and OpenRefine can be one tool to solve it. Folks are welcome to sit on the sides or wherever there's room. Okay. And what do we do with it? We take our data set, tidy or messy though it may be, we transform it, we edit it, we clean it up, we validate it, we can do all kinds of manipulations on the data, and I will show only a fraction of the abilities of this amazing tool. But for our purpose as Wikimedians, and for the second half of the title, Wikidata, one of its most amazing superpowers is that it can reconcile data against Wikidata. It can reconcile the value of a particular cell in your table and match it. Reconcile is just a fancy word for match or align. It can match it to a Wikidata item. And once you do that, the magic can happen. Once you have reconciled data, and that's what I'll show today. Once you have created that, you can use this data that you have cleaned up and prepared and matched and aligned. You can use it to actually update Wikidata, make edits on Wikidata directly from the tool. In other words, automated edits, right? You've prepared all the data and maybe you have 5,000 lines and then the tool can just go and make 5,000 edits on your behalf and at your responsibility. And it can also even create new items from scratch. And recently, in the past year and a half or so, it also gained the ability to do the same on Wikimedia Commons, using the structured data on commons mechanisms, so that you can now use this tool also as a batch uploader, right? Like a tool like Pattypan or Vicuña or other tools of the past. Or you could also use it to like do batch updates of file information on commons. And I will not be demonstrating that today, but there is a whole online course on OpenRefine plus Commons already available on the WikiLearn platform, and there is a link at the end of this presentation. So, and the presentation will be shared right after the talk. I will paste the link to the slides so you'll all have access to all these links. And this link here, the OpenRefine link, is the link to the site where you can download the tool and install it on your computer. And I see we have the principal author of OpenRefine here in the room, this guy. Much deserved applause. All right. So what is the overall plan when we want to process data with OpenRefine and contribute it to Wikidata in some way? Very, very abstractly, we have a data set. We have some kind of, like I said, tabular data or data that wants to be tabular. And maybe we got it as a CSV file, maybe we got it as an Excel sheet, maybe we copied it from a static web page and are now going to turn it into a table. One way or another, we have tabular data. We put it into OpenRefine, then magic. And then, after the magic, we can export our nicely refined data to Wikidata with either new or existing items. That's the broad plan, just so that we have a roadmap of where we're going today. If we zoom in a little bit, we start by ingesting the data. That's just a fancy word for putting it in. Then we clean up the data, we structure it, we enhance it, we make sure it looks the way we want, and there's nothing that we don't want. We reconcile the data against Wikidata, a step we'll explain in a bit. We create a schema, which is like a template for how we want to update Wikidata. And then we do the actual edits, the actual updates to Wikidata, either directly from the tool or using quick statements, which is another tool for batch editing. So this tool, OpenRefine, can export a quick statements file that you can just feed into quick statements and run it. Okay, so ingesting data. Let's leave these boring slides and go right to the tool itself. So this is what OpenRefine looks like. If you look closely, you will see that the URL in my browser, I mean, it is running on the browser, but you said it's not a browser tool. Yes, it's a local software that runs through the browser. Okay, so it's running on my computer and nowhere else at the moment, this OpenRefine. It's not serving any of you, but I can connect to it using my browser. If you look at the address, it's 127.0.0.1. That's the local computer, port 3333. So this is what it looks like after it's been installed. And let's get right to it. Let's create a project with some sample data that I have happen to have prepared. Let's look at this data set, which I borrowed from the Polish Bureau of Statistics. I like to use local examples when I teach. So this is, the Poles have an amazing statistics website. If you're into statistics or polls, I recommend that you check it out. And I was able, and it even speaks English, partly. So I was able to find a nice data set that is Polish population numbers by county, right? Poland is divided into like large provinces or voivodeships, and within each such large province there are
counties, we would say in English, powiat, apparently in Polish. And per such county, there are population numbers. And not just the total population of the powiat, but also divided into male and female population in the powiat. So I have 3 numbers per county in Poland. And if I click next, OpenRefine has sort of taken a cursory look, an initial look at my data, and is telling me, okay, this is kind of more or less what the data looks like. Let's make sure it looks all right and I understood this file, and let's do some pre-processing before we get to the main work screen of OpenRefine. So I'll walk you through it a bit. Maybe actually I should show you what the file looks like first. You know what? You can see it here. So as you can see, I see a bunch of text here, a bunch of like explanation. This doesn't look like population data. And that's because this Excel sheet that I uploaded had 2 sheets inside it. The first sheet was like a bunch of explanations, and then the second sheet was the data. So actually, I don't want this first sheet. And so I'm going to unselect this worksheet here at the bottom. I have a list of the worksheets, and you see one is called description and the other is called table. I'm just going to ignore the description. And now I see the actual table with the data. So that already looks more like what I want to work on. And I have all kinds of options here. I won't go through all of them one by one, but they're all worth knowing because they help you kind of begin work in optimal conditions. Speaking of optimal conditions, can anyone do anything about the air conditioning? It's like really warm and stuffy here. Anyway, that will be super noisy, I think, but we can try. Okay, so as you can see, there's a few lines of like titles and things, and then we have the actual data beginning. Let's just zoom in a tiny bit more. And you can see here, there are names of powiats, names of counties, with the total population and then the division into male and female, right? 3 numbers per powiat. It's a very simple data set because we're trying to keep it simple here. So what do? We want the actual data, of course. We don't really care about the titles, but the titles are useful just for us humans to understand the data. So we can tell OpenRefine, I want you to parse, look at this option here. I want you to parse the first N lines as headers, as part of the, So how many lines do I want? I want 5 lines as column headers. And the moment I say that, OpenRefine immediately updates the preview here. You can see that I got the total place of residence as of June total 2023, which was part of the first few lines. Remember, it was like this. In column 3, it kind of got wrapped into the first column. Oh, I can get one more line, I guess. There we go. Okay, and now my data starts with the data, right? Perfect. Is there anything else I want to do here at the moment? No. So we're good. We're ready to start. I can make a tag here for demo, and I can call this, I don't know, Wikimania. Ooh. Wikimania demo, Poland population by county and gender, whatever. I click Create Project. Now, OpenRefine is actually loading the full data set, right? This was just a preview that we were handling. And I have this kind of main screen of OpenRefine. Let's close this side screen for a second so we can see it better. There we go. Okay, so I'm shown the table much as I would see it in an Excel sheet. And now I can begin working with this data. I can do things that you would expect, like rename a column, move columns around. I can do all kinds of manipulations on the data. One manipulation I definitely want to do here is turn these strings into numbers. Because right now, this line here is the string 87,748 rather than the number 87,748. Right? In terms of OpenRefine, at least, right? It treats it as a text and not a number. Yes, hello?
Yeah, I have already tried this, and I faced the problem how to remove a row. Like, I want all rows but this.
Yes, there is a way to do that. I'll get to it. Okay, so this is also maybe familiar to you from Excel sheets, right, where you have to say whether something is a number or a date or a... So we want to turn this into numbers. And the way we do that, you see these little arrows at the top of every column. We click the arrow here at the top of the column, and we have a menu. And the menu has, again, a whole number of options. In this case, we want to edit the cells in the column, not like the title of the column or something, but the cells, the data in the column. And we can just say we want to replace, and this is just like a simple find and replace in an editor. We want to replace the comma with nothing. We don't want the comma, right? Now, this also supports regular expressions. For those of you who know what that is, super, super powerful. Don't have time to teach regular expressions now, but this is just a simple replacement. And as you can see, the commas are gone. Now that they're gone, I can ask OpenRefine to treat these cells. I can go to common transforms, right? Common kinds of transformations that I may want. And one of the common transforms is to number. And I just click that, and you can see that the numbers are still the same, but now they're green. They're green because they're numbers and not text anymore. And why did I want to do that? Because remember, eventually, the point of this demo is to upload these population figures to Wikidata. Okay. So now this is a number. This is a good moment to show you that what if I made a mistake? What if I screwed up my data and now it's a mess? One of the super powerful features of OpenRefine is that it has this tab here on the side. If you are wondering where it came from, I remind you it was open to begin with, and I just closed it like this with this little arrow here. Okay? You have this undo, redo tab, again, super powerful. And you have unlimited undos. You can undo all the manipulations you've made all the way to the beginning of when you loaded the data. OpenRefine remembers all these interim stages. So even if you discover pretty late that you have messed up your data in a way that you can't even fix now directly on the data, you can just go back and then redo the correct steps. So I can just click on one of the previous states. I can click on 0 when the project was created, and I have the data the way it was. And I can continue working from there if I want. In this case, I'm happy with what I've done. And I can do the same here. I can replace the comma. I can turn it into a number to prepare. Now, I could also do a lot of other manipulations and clustering and statistics. I could find out what is the smallest value here, or group it by thousands, or do all kinds of things like that that I'm not going to show now because I want to get to the reconciliation. So let's do that real quick. Okay, so now my data is more or less ready. These are the numbers I want, and I just need to, get a way to identify which Wikidata item needs to be updated with this number, right? What I have here is a string, the name, the Polish name of a powiat. How do I find the Q number, right? The QID for this item that needs to be updated. And that's where we enter the magic part. In the column that has the names of these powiats, these counties, I go to this triangle here. I click reconcile. I remind you, reconciling. I think I have a slide about this, don't I? Yeah. Reconciling is just a fancy word for matching, and a reconciled column is a column where the values are matched to a Wikidata item. And OpenRefine does a lot of the work for us, and let's see how that looks. So we click reconcile, and we say start reconciling, and it wants us to select the reconciling service. Won't go into the details of that. You can use the default English service here, and that's what we're going to do. And now OpenRefine is thinking for a little while. Sometimes takes a while. This time it was quick, because it tries to really, truly perform magic for you. It looks at the actual values of your column, and it tries to figure out what kind of data is this? Is this names of people? Is this cities? What kind of a thing? Like what instance of in Wikidata terms, right? What instance of is this that I should match against? And in this case, the magic worked. I mean, you know, the world is in flames, everything is terrible, but this worked. This worked because OpenRefine is giving me its best guess, which is powiat? Is your table describing counties, Polish counties? And the answer is yes, yes it is, thank you. You know, the second guess was like villages in Poland, maybe? You know, wilderness hut? You know, so it could have gotten it wrong. It could have, I don't know, said, oh, is this a person? And then we would have had to change it manually. You can see here that there's a radio button that allows you to say, no, this is, I don't know, mountain, right? I could have said, you need to reconcile the values here against things that are mountains on Wikidata. So if it got it wrong, you can set it right, but it didn't, so let's celebrate, right? These are powiats indeed. And there's additional magic that can be enabled here. You can use other columns as well. So you can say, well, look for a powiat with this name, but also that has this code, right? Yes, you had a question.
Just a short question.
Yes.
Is it also reconciling against subclasses? Or is it only using the class you select? Because there's also the option of reconciling against no particular.
Yes, if you need to, if you have a complicated tree, you can say, well, no particular type, just search all of Wikidata and let me figure it out. But I believe it does, right? It does reconcile against subclasses, yes. So I will get to the additional column in a moment. I want to show you the results of reconciling as it is. And this takes some time proportional to the length of your data set, right? Because it has to go and query Wikidata about each and every value that you have and try to figure it out. So you can see there's a progress indicator there. It's 16% complete because I've actually taken all the powiats of Poland instead of just, I don't know, 50, which shows poor planning on my part. But this gives me time to explain something in advance. So we're going to see the results of this reconciliation in a moment. And the results will be a mix of good news and bad news. The good news will be, hey, yes, I found a perfect match. This cell is definitely that QID. Wonderful. And again, that's magic. That's wonderful. That saves us a lot of work. The bad news is that some of these will no doubt come out and say, not sure, is it this one or that one? I'm just a machine. You tell me. And then we would have to actually help OpenRefine disambiguate, right? We'll have to tell OpenRefine, yeah, it's this one, not that one, which may be trickier for some of us than others, because how is your knowledge of Polish provinces, counties? Anyway, we have some polls in the audience, and we will make it through. Yes, you had a question.
Quick question. Does it work with lexemes?
With lexemes, not yet. No, not yet. I believe that's kind of wished for, and depending on time and maybe funding, it may happen. Yes?
Part of your data is the column names too, right? The date of the data.
Yes, yes. Well, this whole data set is 2023. When I actually upload it to Wikidata, I will need to somehow express that. You're right. Yes. Okay.
You could have multiple sets in Wikidata.
Yes.
And therefore get multiple matches.
Multiple sets of counties? Yeah, but I'm not looking for the population number. I'm looking for the item that represents the county, the entity of the county. That itself is complicated because Poland has had, like every country, has had administrative division reforms, one of the favorite topics of a lot of Wikipedians I know. But this is for 2023, so hopefully this more or less reflects current powiats of Poland. So we have results. Let's zoom in again a bit. And what do we have here? After reconciliation, we are given here on the side something called a facet. A facet. Here, this box on the side called judgment. Don't be scared. It just means what was the result of the reconciliation. And you can see that out of the 380 rows that we had in our data set, 288, maybe you can't see, but you'll have to believe me, 288 were matched. So that's pretty good, right? And 92 were not matched. 92 of these rows, OpenRefine is like, I don't know which item to connect this to. So you can see that the first ones here have all been matched. You see, if I hover over it, I see that Dzierżoniów, there we go. Dzierżoniów County, why did I have to pick this one? You can see that it shows me the queue number in the pop-up. Like it has identified the item, I can click through, I can check it, etc. So these first 10 items I see here are part of the 288 lucky ones. Let's look at 50 items at a time, just so that we can see more. Here we go. So we have another powiat called Średzki. Średzki. There's no vowel after the S, mind you. Okay, just checking. OpenRefine actually found two potential matches for this county. Either you guys named your same county twice, or you have actually two different counties in different provinces, which is the case here, right? One is in Silesia and one is in Wielkopolska. So which one is it? I don't know, but I have data for it. So, you know, this is the data for which powiat. And the Polish Bureau of Statistics comes to our aid here because it didn't give us just the name of the powiat. I guess they are aware they have the same name to multiple powiats. So they also gave us this code. And this code, you see this first column here, is actually some kind of municipal classification code, whatever, called TREC. What? Tered? Okay, Tered. And we can actually look and see, you see this code here is 021700, whatever. We can just hop over to this item that was identified, this other county, okay? And we can look for this, what was the number? 217. There we go. Terek. Terz. Okay, see? It did have a C. All right, so this property here, TERC, Terz, this municipality code 0217, you see this is the number we have here, for some reason with zeros after it, but whatever. So these numbers are unique identifiers of that powiat according to this TREC, this code that the Poles use. So now that I know this and I have this data, I can use it to reconcile. Okay, I can help OpenRefine automatically reconcile which of these Średzkis I want. Okay, thanks to this code, yes.
Why didn't you choose the code to reconcile in the first place?
Because I wanted to show you the simple case in order to, as we say, problematize. Now you all appreciate the problem and you will be more appreciative of the solution. I have all kinds of tricks like that. So, yeah. So now, had I not had this information, I would have needed to somehow help OpenRefine figure it out. Maybe I have, I don't know, some external knowledge that tells me which county we're talking about here. And then I could have just clicked this V sign, this check mark, and said, yeah, we're talking about this one. Okay? And now this field here in 18, now it has matched to this Środa and not the other one. I have manually told OpenRefine which one to use, but I don't want to actually do that. Let's re-problematize that. Okay, so you can tell OpenRefine, yes, this is the correct answer. Take it on faith. Yes.
Just to make sure, those two, the two check boxes.
Yes. Yes. So we have one check mark or two. And the two, if you hover over it, you see it says match this item to this and all identical cells. Now, in this case, this data set has one row per powiat, so it's irrelevant. But if I had a data set, for example, that listed people and their birthplace, so many people there would have had the birthplace Warsaw, for example, right? And if I want to reconcile that column that has multiple appearances of Warsaw, I would have had, and let's imagine OpenRefine would not have figured out how to reconcile Warsaw. I could have told it, yes, reconcile it to this item and do the same for everywhere where it says Warsaw. in my data set, right?
But I need to be sure that it is...
Yes, yes. So if you have people who were born in, I don't know, a village called Wierzbów, which means the village of the willows in Polish, it turns out there's more than one village that's just called the village of the willows. So if all you know about a person is that he was born in the village of the willows, but you don't know which county, you cannot actually do this by batch. You have to, one by one, figure out which village of the willows they were born in. Okay. So, yeah, so let's try to add this terz code, this additional disambiguator, to our reconciliation. So we can go back to reconciling and pick the same service. Hello, yes. And this time, we still want to reconcile against powiats, but we also want to reconcile against the column code, right? The column that I have called code, against TERC. That's the name of that property in Wikidata. So it automatically goes and asks me, okay, which property on Wikidata is this supposed to match? And because the polls are tidy, I have this nice tidy code, and I can just say, okay, so as you match for the powiat name, make sure that the code also matches. Now, would this work? Excellent. I don't think it would work very well, because remember, for some reason, our data set has trailing zeros after this code. It said 0217 in Wikidata, but in our data set, for some reason, it says 0217000. So we shall see if it manages to reconcile. But if not, what do we need to do?
Remove zeros by
yes.
regular expression.
We need to remove those zeros in some way. So we can wait for this reconciliation to be over. Now, I also want to tell you, so let's say we did everything we can. We managed to reconcile 98% of our data set, but 2% we just can't. The names are ambiguous. I don't have the disambiguating data. I just can't find the Wikidata item for it. What do? The answer is I work with the 98% that I can work with, right? And the other 2% will wait for another day or will be resolved manually. They're not suitable for the workflow that OpenRefine can automate. And let's see. Yeah, so see, it did not help it resolve this line 18 because the codes did not, in fact, match, right? So how can we make sure that they do match? Let's massage this data a bit. How can we fix this? So we can replace, and you said replace by regular expression, which would be the safe thing to do, because theoretically we could just say, hey, find 000 and remove it, right? But what if there's a 000 in the front, right? That's a little unsafe. Those of you with some experience are grimacing as I suggest this. So yes, one way to do it would be through regular expressions, but many of us don't know regular expressions. So what else might we do? Since we know for a fact we have 3 final zeros at the end of our number, we can actually use math. Yeah. So we can convert this into a number, right? Because right now it's still a string. And now that we have this as numbers, we can literally divide. We can click transform. And this opens this scary looking box, which basically allows us to do a tiny, tiny amount of programming in something called GREL, the General Refined Expression Language, which is some kind of subset and simplification of JavaScript or Python or languages like that. So if you know programming in any of those languages, you should be okay. And there is a very good help. By the way, the documentation is phenomenal. It's one of the best documented products I've ever seen, seriously. So what do? We don't even need to program all that much. We can just say, I want the field, the cell, to have the value it has right now divided by, the slash is divided by in programming, yes? 1,000. And you can, hang on, and you can see that I have a preview of what I just wrote. Even before I executed it, OpenRefine helps me see, is this what you mean? Because that's what's going to come out, right? The value that is now 201,000 is going to be 201. By the way, is that what I wanted? Because now I want the leading zero, right? So it might have been easier with regular expressions, but I'm actually trying to show you how you can get away without it. So we can run this, and there we go. We have now our codes without the final zeros. And those may or may not match. I guess some of them do have 4 digits. Yes, okay. So what can we do now? We want to add a 0 to the ones that don't have 4 digits, right? How can we do that? Well, there's a number of ways you could do that, again, without programming. We could look at this code and create a facet. Facets, again, are all these boxes on the side. We can create a facet that's a numeric facet. Let's remove these ones that we don't need. You can see here we have a kind of histogram of the numbers that we have, and we can actually filter using the facets. I haven't actually shown this yet. We can filter using the facets. So I can say, you know what? I want everything that is less than 1,000, up to 1,000. Okay, see? Now I have only 91 matching rows. Do you see the title there? Instead of the 388 rows I had, now I'm looking at a subset, a view of my data that has only 91 rows, and they're the ones with a code up to 1,000. These are the ones I now want to add a 0 to, right? So how do I add a 0 to it? Well, I can retransform them into a string, into text. And now that they're text, I can retransform them and say, I want the field to have the character 0 plus whatever was already on it. And you can see in the preview that that gives me what I want. Okay? And now this is almost no programming, I hope you agree. And it's still simpler than regular expressions. But again, I encourage you to learn regular expressions. They're a super powerful tool. Yes?
But you can't transform the data coming from Wikidata so you get a match.
No, but because in Wikidata it does have those zeros, it's obviously not a number on Wikidata. It is in fact a string. So that's what I want. I want a string that starts with 0. This is giving me the data that would match.
You can still do the match if you transform the same way in Wikidata.
Well, but I can't. Wikidata stores it.
You're not unable to transform Wikidata on the fly as you read it.
As on the fly, no. It has to match what's actually there.
What if those numbers were not divisible by 1,000?
Then I would have needed some regular expression or some other.
There are some, but you didn't notice.
Then I will make a mistake, and some of those will not match. Yeah. If you're trying to suggest that this needs to be done carefully, I agree with you. It needs to be done carefully.
And it's only 380 values.
Yeah. You can literally scan it with your eyes, but if you have 300,000, that'll be harder. Anyway, we have. I was giving an example of little manipulations we can do with the data in order to get it the way we need it to be. There's like a world of things we could do here, but I want to move on after this question.
Just a short advice, because well is so well documented, quite good with Gen AI. So I take a lot of examples from general artificial intelligence.
Yeah.
OpenAI, because it's so well documented and it's only short.
So you're saying Gen AI could help us come up with the transformations?
Well, expression that does that.
Okay.
Usually works quite well.
Yeah. So I do know regular expressions, but yeah, for those of you who don't and don't want to learn the thing properly, you could ask a general AI to offer you a general expression thing that may fix your data, but then you need to be even more careful. You need to make sure that it did indeed fix your data because Gen AI. All right. So now, by the way, so now we're done fixing those 91 rows. We want all the rows again. So I can just close this facet. I no longer want to filter. I'm back to my 380 rows. But some of these are now strings with 0, and the others are numbers. So I want everything now back to a string. So let's transform it back to a string again. There we go. So now we have everything the way we want it to be. But we still need, so now we can try the reconciliation again, right? When we have the code that should match. So let's try this. Let's do the reconciliation. And it's a powiat, and I want to match the terz code. And let's see. While we do that, as I said, after we're done reconciling, whether we manage to reconcile absolutely everything or at least the part that we can use the facets, like I just showed you with a numerical facet that I was able to filter a certain subset. You can use these facets to say, okay, give me only the ones you matched. Let's work on those. Let's upload those to Wikidata. Leave aside the ones you couldn't match. And here we have the result of the reconciliation, and this time it matched 315 rows. That's more than before. And we can see that row 18, the one that was giving us trouble earlier, this Schroda one, was matched, and it is in fact the one here in Silesia. Okay, not the other one. And it figured that out using the code. I did not have to figure it out myself. Now again, imagine if my data set were 300,000 rows, that saved me a lot of work. Yes?
Suppose you have a data set which is only numeric, so that you have the code, but you have not the description. How you can do? Because
well, on the assumption that only one Wikidata item has this terz code, I didn't even need the names, actually. I could have just started. No. I started with the names because that's easiest to understand for everyone. And I wanted to show this extra feature of using another field. But in this case, we assume that these codes really do map one-to-one to items on Wikidata. You're right, intuitively, like, why did I even bother with the names? I could just match on that code.
No, but let's suppose you don't have that code. You are building the wave strategy based on the fact that the Q item is identified in the column name.
Yes.
If you are missing the column name, because they are just giving you the code that is a property of the Q data.
Yeah. Well, I can match against any property. It didn't have to be the name. Yeah, I could do that. I could match against the property.
Right, I think is part of the question. Because if you don't have the description field name, how will you know that the match is right?
I can match against this name, just like I did.
Retrieve the description then from Wikidata to display as a pseudo column.
Just like I did here, I can still say I want a powiat, but I want you to match against this code, just like I did. And it wouldn't depend on whether the label is an exact match, because the code would help settle it. Yes? Okay, can someone run the mic to the people who are asking questions? And can something be done about the air conditioning? I'm melting here. All right. Okay, so we have our reconciliation results. Hang on, 65 items are still not matched. Why is that? We have the terz code and everything. Let's look at those. Let's filter our view to just the ones that weren't matched. In the facet, in the reconciliation facet, I click none, and now I see the 65 rows that aren't matched. And let's look at why weren't they matched. Aha! Because this is a city with powiat status. And that's a thing in Poland. Okay, we have cities with powiat status, and those were not matched, I guess, because in Wikidata instance of terms, they are not a powiat. Or maybe they are, but the name city with powiat status is confusing. So what can we do about that? Well, we can try a naive thing, like what if we just remove this annoying text, edit cells, replace What if we remove city with powiat status, and we just try to match against the city name? Okay, we removed that. I just removed this text. Now I have actual names of cities in Poland. And let's try and reconcile that. Same code here. And let's see if that works. Yes, you had a question.
When you've done the transformations before, like the /1000 and so on, is it like temporal view or is it saved instantly? Can you do
the preview? The preview that I was shown was a preview.
No, the preview was preview, obviously. But when
I execute it, that is another snapshot, another step. I can undo it. I can go back to it. Yes, it's like added to the history of snapshots of the data.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. Okay, what happened here? So it did not. It matched a few more. It matched a few more items. Now we have only 43 items that are not matched. But now it has this confusion. You see, we have, I don't know, Bydgoszcz, and it asks us, well, is this Bydgoszcz or Bydgoszcz County that I have here? And remember, the line said city with powiat status. So it was about the city. Okay? So I can actually just manually say, well, yeah, this one does mean Bydgoszcz, and this one means Wrocław, etc., right? The cities. Not the other thing. So I'm not going to fix all that right now. My point was to show you some of the dynamics of reconciliation because I want to cover the rest of our flow. So from now on, we're only going to work with these 339 rows that are matching, and I've reconciled them, and I know which items on Wikidata I will be wanting to update. Because remember, that's the other part of the magic, right? I want to show how to do that. So now I'm ready. I have a bunch of identified QIDs, identified items that I want to update, and I have these 3 numbers that I want to feed into them, right? So how do we proceed? We have, confusingly, this button here on the right called extensions. And the Wikibase extension is an extension of OpenRefine, but it's built in. It comes with OpenRefine. And we can click Edit Wikibase Schema. Edit Wikibase Schema. And this opens up this scary-looking screen, which actually does its best to be as familiar to us if we are familiar with Wikidata. It basically says, okay, what do you want to add where? And what we want is to add an item. And this doesn't mean add a new Wikidata item necessarily. It means add to the schema. Like, here's one kind of edit we want to make. And that kind of edit is to which item, right? Which queue number should we update? We have the answer to that, right? What is the answer? The one that we identified in the reconciliation, right? And we have here at the top, I hope you can see this somehow. Let's zoom in a bit. Okay, you have here at the top the names of my columns, right? And one of them is called name, and you can see that it has a green underline under it. That means this is a reconciled column, meaning this is a column you could pick as the one identifying which Wikidata item to update, right? The male population column I could not pick because that's just a number. It doesn't tell me which QID to update. So I can literally just drag this here, okay? See, I dragged the name column onto this field. Let me do it again. Before that, it just said type the item or drag a reconciled column. What does it mean, type the item? Well, I could have just said, hey, I want to update Q42, Douglas Adams. I mean, there may be a case where you have just a whole bunch of numbers for one Q item. Like maybe you have the historical population data for Wrocław. Year number, right? And you just want to add multiple population statements to this one item that's Wrocław, and you can just type the item that you want. This is not the case here, right? So we're going to drag this name column, and that tells us which item we want to update. Now, okay, so now we know which item we want to update. What do we want to assert about this item? So we click Add Statement, just like we would on Wikidata, and we say, well, I want to assert that the population, and like Wikidata, we can just start typing and we have autocomplete, because Wikidata loves us and wants us to succeed. So, and so does OpenRefine. So here we go. I found the population property that's P1082, right? And I say, okay, this property requires an amount and a unit. Well, population figures don't really have units. I mean, the unit is person, human. But anyway, by default, we have a unit field here. And we can just say, okay, what do we want to put in that property for that item? And the answer, of course, is this column, right? The total column. And I drag this here. I drag this here. No, I don't drag this here. Why don't I drag this here? Needs to be validated? Let's save our schema. I cannot save my schema even. Okay. Schema name, whatever. PL pop. I have saved the schema changes, yes. I need to validate it. Meaning what? What are you talking about? No, we don't need to reconcile numbers, do we? No. It should work. There was a weird... hang on. Put the name here.
Maybe this title is too long and you are placing it over wrong point.
Let's see. Oh, okay. It's a display bug. All right. If only we had a developer in the room.
Maybe you should rename this.
Yeah, but that's cheating. This should work. Okay, fine. Fine. Okay, edit column. So that we haven't seen this yet. Edit column, and I can rename this column. Let's just call it Total 2023. Okay. And edit Wikibase schema. And it didn't update. That's upsetting. Let's discard my changes, start over. Nope.
When that happens, I just reload the page.
Seriously?
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Yes, okay. So, you know, there's room for improvement. Anyway, we drag the name. We add a statement. And the statement is population. And what I want to put in it is the total. There we go. Okay, cool. So, yeah, that's it. Is that it? No, because population figures on Wikidata, and by the way, before we update fields of a certain type on Wikidata, we should familiarize ourselves with how are they typically modeled on Wikidata, and what can you tell me about how a population field is typically modeled on Wikidata? What should it have? Point in time and a reference, yes, right? It should at least tell us, well, when was this the population of this place? And ideally a reference and potentially also a preferred rank. If it's the current data, then it should be preferred, etc. So yeah, there's a bunch of things we can add beyond just the number. In fact, it is almost counterproductive to just throw that number in there. Like that's universally true. This is the population of this place. That's actually, you know, misinformation. And we don't want to do that. So we need a qualifier. And just like Wikidata, we have this button at the on the right. It's sort of emulating the Wikidata interface we all know and love. So we click Add Qualifier, and again we can say we can start typing, point in time. My psychic powers are telling me, some of you are thinking to yourself, well, but how did you know to write point in time? So if my psychic powers are talking about you, again, go to Wikidata. You can cheat. copy, right? Look at some other place that's already been modeled on Wikidata, like a major place, to be sure it's well modeled, and see what did they put in there. And you will see that point in time is one of the qualifiers that are used. And I know for a fact, because I took this data set from the Polish Bureau of Statistics, that this is taken from 2023. So this is as of 2023. Okay, so I have a qualifier. And as Anton mentioned, we also want a reference, right? How do I know that this is the population of this powiat? And I just realized, did I save the actual URL? I had it somewhere, but where? The precise URL that I took it from on the Polish statistics website. I don't quite remember where I put it. So let's imagine, okay, so I click add reference and I can say something like stated in, okay, stated in, and name the source if it has a Wikidata item, name the source that it's stated in, and I don't remember exactly what it's called, but let's say Statistics Poland should, there we go. Wikidata loves me. Statistics Poland, that is the English name of that government website. So I can at least say that. It is stated in that database. Ideally, I would have also added reference URL that takes me to the data set. That's actually tricky sometimes because some of these sites, are like dynamic websites and they give you the data, but there's no permalink. There's no stable URL that will take you to that exact data. So this may actually be the best you can do for some data. Yes. Microphone.
But now we might have a common problem that there might be the data already in Wikidata.
Yes.
With a slightly different point in time. For example, 2023.
Yes.
And then we would have a double entry.
So I have good news and bad news. The good news is that OpenRefine will not create perfect duplicate statements. So if exactly what I'm trying to add is already in there, it will not be recreated. That's good because it means I can kind of run incrementally. If I had an error at some point, I can just rerun and I won't recreate the things I've already created. But as you asked or pointed out, it might be slightly different. I might, for some reason, have data very specifically about the population of the city in 2023, 17th of January, in which case, arguably, I am adding information. I mean, you know the figure for the 17th of January, but here's also the general 2023 figure as given by the Official Statistics Bureau of Poland. Arguably, that's a separate datum. That's a separate piece of data that has a right to be there as well.
There can be, for example, because sometimes specifically if you look with the statistical offices, they can then sometimes publish the data and state it 31st of December 2023, even if the data was collected, let's say, a year ago during the thing. But this is the date they state.
Yeah.
And in fact, you can put 2023. Somebody else took this data and used the December date. It's exactly the same data, which is different.
I agree with you.
Shit happens.
These are data modeling questions, and not so much OpenRefine or the tool demonstration that I'm trying to give here. So I don't want to go into them. But yes, these are issues. We know this. They would have been issues if we entered this manually as well. Right? So these are issues you need to figure out that you are indeed citing the correct date. If after you did this, you discover, oh, you know what? I basically reduplicated data for these 300 items. There are ways to solve this, right? We could run some kind of PET scan or other query to collect the ones that need to be removed, whether it's my ones that need to be removed now or the older ones that are actually less well-sourced than what I just uploaded, and I can remove those statements, and then we can do it, right, with some combination of tools, quick statements, etc. But these are, I feel these are tangential to demonstrating the power of this tool. I mean, yes, Wikidata nuances and precision are complex. If you've done any work in Wikidata, you should be aware of it. Yes, you had another question.
Yeah. Asaf, I also have a question.
Yes.
I remember that 4 years ago when I was adding census data on Wikidata.
Mhm.
Whenever there is a figure which repeats, it just shows that number and all the years when that figure, that number of population was recorded. I contacted the community on the Wikidata and there was no remedy at that time. So is it possible to use OpenRefine to solve that problem? And I'm also interested to know what's the level of granularity that you can use to add data. For example, is it possible to go more granularly, not only the total population, but the total male population or the total female population?
Okay, so the answer to your first question is I don't know. I need to better understand the state of the data that you are describing and the precise bug. I just don't know if it was solved or if it's, but if it's doable on Wikidata manually, it can probably be contributed to automatically with OpenRefine. But yeah, to give you a more specific answer, I would have to look at that data and understand what the problem was. But to your second question, which is an excellent question, of course, is one the presenter was prepared for. Yes, you can go more granular. In fact, that's what we'll do right now. We can add another statement. Notice I'm clicking add statement here, not add item. I don't want to update a new item. I want to add another statement to this same item about the powiat. And this second statement I want to make is, in fact, male population. That is a separate property on Wikidata. And I happen to have the datum for it. My data set includes that number. Of course, the principle is exactly the same. This time I'm dragging the male population column that I have carefully prepared. And at this point, of course, I actually want the same point in time, right? Because it's the same data set. So same point in time, 2023. And references I can copy. I have this little copy icon here, like we can do on Wikidata, and I can paste this reference. That saved me a few clicks, okay? So it already says this too is stated in Statistics Poland. And of course, I would have done the third one for the female population. We don't even need to show this. You get the idea, right? And this is the schema, okay? So again, this is like the plan. That's what we want to do on Wikidata. We want to go to the item that is identified by, that has been reconciled, and we want to add two statements there if they don't already exist. And the statements are that the population at this point in time was this number, and the male population at this time was that number. Is what we're trying to do clear? Yes. Microphone.
Before you said that in case the item is present, it is not going to update or introduce it. But which level the match is done? I mean, if it is present just the population or the population in that point of time.
Each statement. So if the population is present but the male population is not, then at least the male population.
Let's start from the population. Let's suppose that I have the population with a different number but in a different year. This is going to be added?
It is going to be added, yes.
And
so only if it's an identical statement that already exists with the same qualifiers.
But you have also reference. If I have the number, the year, but not the reference, this is going to be added or not?
Going to be added, yes.
And if the figures are different, there will be two items? Two
statements.
Two statements?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. So. If you want to express that in Wikidata terms, yes, you will need to either create or have a property for it or have some general property that you can qualify with a sub-property. Yes. So, and by the way, this is just an example with population data because it's super kind of readily available and I wanted a Polish example and my Polish is weak, so I figured I can probably find population information. But just to give you a super quick example of another data set that we won't have time to actually work through, I found a list of winners of the Gold Dagger Award, an award I had not known existed. I just randomly looked for some such awards. This is the Crime Writers Association Award for crime fiction, okay? It's a thing, and the Crime Writers Association is the one giving these awards, and happily, unlike many award givers, they have a tidy page on their site that lists all the winners year by year. And that's the kind of thing we like on Wikidata, right? However, upsettingly, I hope you will be as upset as I am, upsettingly, this is what the winners list looks like. Okay, so it's kind of this nice cover page and the name and the author and the publisher and the year and a link to buy it on Amazon, but it's not a table. It's not a table. Okay, what's the problem? It says view as list, Asaf. You can ask to view it as a list. So when I view it as a list, this is what I get. Still not a table. Just some HTML text. And even more upsettingly, it gives me like 10 items, and then I have to page for the next item. I see some winces in the audience. I'm glad you feel my pain, right? This is no way to make a data set available. I guess inexplicably, these people were not thinking about OpenRefine when they were building their site. Anyway, I have done the menial work for you, and I have just copied and pasted all this data from that web page, and it's available right here. And as you can see, it's still not a table, right? It's a bunch of text in various lines. But OpenRefine loves us and wants us to succeed, so we can actually turn this data into tabular data fairly easily using OpenRefine, and then proceed from there very easily. If we have a couple of minutes in the end, I'll show you how we do that. Okay. So I just wanted to remind you that not all data was born tabular, but sometimes it begs to be turned tabular. Okay, so if we want to proceed with these changes, these updates to Wikidata, we want to look at the Issues tab. And that is very scary because it has 1,000 issues. If you ever feel you're not criticized enough in your life, use OpenRefine because it'll have all kinds of complaints. So let's see. What does it say? So first of all, the 1,000 number is scary, but actually these are just 3 warnings repeated 339 times, right, for each of our rows. So that's already a little less scary because presumably I can fix those 3 issues and everything will be okay. So let's read the first one. Population property is missing a P459 qualifier, and that is mandatory. P459, you say? What is that? P459 is determination method. Okay, so Wikidata has a constraint. For those of you who don't know, that's a way of expressing inside Wikidata how we expect certain data to be modeled. And after some deliberation and some experimentation, folks at Wikidata have decided we will not have just population numbers floating out there without being told what was the determination method. What could that mean? What determination methods are there? You just count people, right? Wrong. Sometimes you have a census, that's the well-known method, and sometimes you only have an estimate. There are whole countries in this world that have never had a census. And to this day, the only population figure we have for them, all kinds of little island nations and stuff, even though they're small, all we have for them is like the mayor's estimate or something. That's the number. So we need to add this property determination method to our schema. So we go back to our schema. We go to the population statement here, and we add the qualifier determination method. Or, you know, P459 if you're on friendly terms with that property already. Okay, what was the determination method in this case? Census, right? So census. Okay, census, the item, the concept of census. Not any particular census, because of course Wikidata has items for, you know, the 2022 Ukrainian census or whatever. They actually haven't had a census in years. So we're talking about the concept census. And that is what we put in here. And you can see that magically and in real time, the number of issues has dramatically subsided. What a relief, right? Obviously, we need to do the same with the male population. So let's add determination method, census. And bam. we now have, we're supposed to have less. Yes. Okay. Male population requires a statement with property P17. Isn't that country? That's interesting. Why does the male population require? I guess they mean it's only designed to be used on countries and not at county level. But that's stupid. Let's just add the country. Okay, I don't know. I don't know why it would refuse to let me specify the male population. I mean, the country is a given, right? We have the counties. The counties are in a province, in a country. But whatever, we can add it. So we can add P17. Yes.
Like another way of modeling this I've seen is to add a qualifier applies to part.
Right.
And there say it's male or female or ethnic group or whatever.
That's true, and I think that would be a good solution to Kirill's idea about ethnic groups. But I think since we have a male population property, that's probably the way most people would look for it. But that's always the issue when there's more than one way to model something on Wikidata is how do you ensure consistency? And the answer is you kind of don't. And when you query, you have to make sure you have taken this into account, blah, blah, blah. All right, so let's go with a simple solution here. The country is Poland. And now we're back to 1,000 issues. What? Yeah, okay, so it really insists that P17 is incompatible with male population.
Can I make a comment?
Yes, yes, you can.
I want to say that you should always be creative, even though it's recommended to use it at the country level.
Always be what, sorry?
Always be creative and go with what you think is the right thing to do. Because even though it's recommended to use a property for something, then you can always do it for whatever you want and explain it. I've been involved in many lengthy discussions with the Wikidata community, and at the end I prevailed because I had good arguments why to use it in that way. And that saved the community from discussing the creation of new properties because it was possible to do it by the existing ones. So that's always a thing to have in mind. Because all those rules are not written in stone, so you can avoid them.
Fair enough. I guess that's one way to go about it. But I don't want to encourage you to get in trouble with the Wikidata community on this podium. So instead, what we're going to do is give up on this property for now. Because we have the datum, we have this piece of data, we need to find a good way to express it on Wikidata, and I don't want to spend the 12 minutes we have left discussing that. But if I did want to really upload this data set to Wikidata right now, I would start a discussion on Wikidata and bring it up and say, hang on, I have the male and female population for these counties, and I want to express them in Wikidata. Should I use applies to part? Is that the way to do it? Or is this constraint maybe overly restrictive? And we could have a conversation, yeah, and come to a decision, yes.
So how to remove specific rows from this list? Like there is 380 rows, and suppose I don't want 5 specific of them to be included. What to do? How to remove them manually?
You can use stars here on the side. So if I, for some reason, want to punish the Legnica county and not update its data, I can click this star. It's just a way to mark things. And then I can facet by this. I can facet by the star. Okay, so you could imagine I starred, I don't know, 17 items I don't like. And then I can facet by the star. And then I have this filter available to me, right? I can say the ones that are starred or the ones that aren't starred, right? So again, if I star, I don't know, these 4 items, and now I can do the facet again, facet by star. I have these, so I can filter immediately to these 4 that I want to update, or to these, all but these 4 that I don't want to update. So that's one quick way to exclude something. Okay. So to finish the demonstration, we gave up on updating the male population figure in this case. And we save our schema. We have saved the schema. Yes. And we have no issues now. OpenRefine is OK with uploading this data. and we can do a preview. That's always also useful, even if there are no issues. We should kind of give it a once-over with our eyes and make sure that this looks like what we intended to do. Is it what we intended to do, that Bolesławiec County would have this statement added with this number, with this point in time, with this determination method, and with this reference, right? Yeah, that looks like what I wanted to do. Right? But it could be that, you know, if you're working with a more complicated data set, you were moving columns around, you might go, oh, wait, no, that's not the field I wanted to put in there, etc. So this looks good. My preview is done, and I can upload my edits to Wikibase or export to quick statements. Right? So I can create a quick statements file. That's a file that I can just feed to the separate, unrelated quick statements tool. Or I can actually say, yeah, I want to upload these edits to Wikibase. To do that, I do this out of my account. The tool is not responsible for what I'm doing, so you have to do it under your Wikimedia user so that people know whom to blame. And that's appropriate, of course. Yeah, let's log in here real quick.
If you have a bot account, better do it using this bot account, because it will be a lot of edits in a short period of time.
Yes, if you are uploading a super massive data set, which is not what I'm doing here, you should probably first get a bot account so that it's excluded from recent changes on Wikidata, etc., etc.
Which are the criteria to choose between quick statement or direct loading?
There are two schools on the matter. I mean, there's a lot of people who like quick statements just because it was there before OpenRefine supported the Wikibase. So they're used to it and they trust it and they work with it. Other people like the fact that you can, you have these reports after a quick statements batch, and, you know, I think this method with OpenRefine is friendlier. Less twitchy. I mean, quick statements will fail on any missing, you know, comma or tab, or more user-friendly, I think. For
I suppose that if it is producing a quick statement file, I suppose it is producing it correct.
Yes, yes, of course. Yeah, if you have used OpenRefine, yeah, again, I like using this tool instead of having to switch to another tool. Yeah, if you're asking me, is there a compelling reason to switch over to quick statements? In my opinion, no. There are people who feel otherwise.
Okay. If you use quick statements, then you should probably know that there is an extension on Google Sheets, and there are functions like WikiQID or something similar that you have to use in order to retrieve the Wikidata items that you would like to populate with those data. So in this case, as I understand, OpenRefine replaces that work that you have to do manually, combines quick statements with all the search for the Wikidata items. So it's much easier.
Okay, let's get the show on the road. So I've logged in. Now it gives me this final kind of confirmation screen. So you're logged in as this user, give an edit summary, which of course is always a courtesy, right? So uploading Polish census data for county level. Okay, and you click upload, and that's it. The magic is now happening. And everyone will be able to blame me if I got anything wrong, and that's as it should be. But as you can see, you have a progress indicator here, and if we are impatient, and we are, of course, impatient, right? We can go to my user page on Wikidata and look at my contributions. If you're wondering, why did he have to go to his user page to look at his contributions? That's because I'm logged in with my work account, so I had to go to my volunteer account to get the contributions link. So as you can see, as we speak, OpenRefine is making edits on my behalf to Wikidata, and it says that it's if I click the diff, you can see it's made by me, not by OpenRefine bot or something like that, right? I logged in, I gave my credentials. It's actually made by me. Of course, it is tagged as OpenRefine, so people can know it was made with this tool. And you can see the diff. You can see that it added the number and the point in time and the determination method and the reference, as we expected. Okay, we have a few minutes for questions, but first I want to show a super quick example of the data that I described. So let's create a new piece of a new OpenRefine project, and this time I don't even have the Excel sheet or anything. I literally just have this messy data from that horrible web. It's not horrible, it's fine, but it's not OpenRefine ready. So let's just copy this chaotic data. Literally, I'm copying it to my clipboard. Okay, I'm going back to OpenRefine, and while it invites me to upload files, because usually big data sets come in files, I can actually say, clipboard, I'm just going to paste some data at you. And OpenRefine is fine with that. Okay, I just pasted this data, I click next. Again, OpenRefine is trying to make sense of it, but really it's just a bunch of text in lines, so it kind of identifies one column, right, with these random pieces of text. So that's not very helpful, right? But if I look at this data, I see that it does have structure, right? The first line is the title, then there's the author, then there's the name of the prize, the gold dagger. It's the same prize every time because I selected that prize. That site actually had a few other prizes, the silver, whatever, the herring. There actually is a herring there. And the year and the publisher of the book. 5 lines, right? And the 6th line, that's already a new title, new author, gold dagger. Okay, so every 5 lines is a record, is an item. Well, that's an easy case. I can actually ask OpenRefine to say, hey, here, in this kind of pre-ingestion screen, right? I can say, please parse every 5 lines as a row, right? That's exactly what I want to do. And are you ready for this? Yes, we want to do it in UTF. There we go. Bam. Do you see this? This data is now tabular like it always wanted to be. And of course, now that I'm happy with this, whatever, gold dagger, demos, let's create this project. And now we have a new data set that we can start working with. For example, we can reconcile the author name, because obviously, what would we want to do with such a data set? We would want to go to the author item and make sure that it has award given, right? Or what is that property name? Award received, with the value gold dagger, point in time, 20, whatever, whichever point in time we have here, etc. Right? So this is the column to reconcile. We can start reconciling. And while it is reconciling, I will take your questions. Oh, it's trying to guess what should it reconcile. It's taking a few seconds. Yes. Oh, see, and the best guess is, I don't know, human? These look like people, and OpenRefine is correct. So yeah, human. I mean, I could have tried to reconcile against author, but these crime writers aren't always classified as author, etc., etc. And anyway, author is an occupation, not an instance of, right? So yes, question.
So I have 2 questions about management of changes to the project
Yes.
over time.
Mm-hmm.
One of them is when you make you do a reconciliation step. Is there any way to store the configuration that you use so that you don't have to retype it if you need to do it slightly differently? And the second one is the facets. When they are when you apply a facet, it shows in the sidebar. Mm-hmm. And if I understand, you can have multiple ones.
Yes.
You
can intersect them.
And you can just disable them, or because you showed how to remove them, you remove the box and the facet disappeared.
Right.
Can you just disable them temporarily? And
yes. So here we have a facet. It's done reconciling. Out of the 65 rows that we had, it managed to match 38 authors unequivocally. And of course, now there's this Chris Whitaker. There's a number of Chris Whitakers, and I have to help it figure it out. But again, it tries to help me help it. So the hover tells me, well, this Chris Whitaker is a rugby union footballer and coach. This other one is a college basketball player. And the third one is a British author. Well, you know, if I were very careful, I should look and make sure that the rugby player isn't also moonlighting as a crime writer. But, you know, assuming it's this guy, I can just say, yeah, it's this guy. Hello. Yes. Come on. Oh, it's because of the Zoom. Anyway, so we have the facet here. I can click on none, for example. That lets me focus on resolving these unmatched items. And then when I'm done fixing them, I can just unclick this none and go back to the unfiltered view, but still have the facet available to me. Okay? So the facet gives you like a snapshot of the way the data was, like the distribution of values in the data, or in this case, the distribution of reconciliation results among the data. And I can choose to filter by one, or by two, or by multiple, or I can just kind of exclude it, and then that snapshot is gone. Yeah. Oh, and the question about reusing the reconciliation screen values, I actually don't know the answer to that, but maybe Antonin? There is no way to do that. Yeah. But that's a good feature to request. Yes. Microphone? Yes.
If you are working with a lot of similar data sets, like I am uploading results or sport competitions, are all using the same software to create the result of the competition, so I always have identical data sets, you can save all the steps you made on OpenRefine, saying, hey, in column 2, I always want to transform that in number. In column 3, I always want to reconcile. I will use the same schema. I will do all the same steps. I can save that. And in a new project on OpenRefine, I just say, run all the steps I have saved.
Yeah.
And most of the time, I have absolutely nothing to do. I have just uploaded the
That's
data
very
set,
true. So
and I can go on
if you have
Wikidata.
figured out your workflow, and you know that you have, I don't know, let's say 17 data sets, and they're different files, but they're basically the same data needing the same set of manipulations, you can literally save your workflow, all the transformations and the replacements and the edits, and just say, all right, now I'm loading a new file, but I want the same 17 manipulations run on it. That you can do. And is really powerful. Again, I've really only shown you the tip of the iceberg here. I hope I've convinced you this is a magical tool that's worth learning. I repeat that the documentation is fantastic, and I don't say this lightly. All the links are available here on this last slide. The manual, recorded video tutorial, the whole course on Wikilearn on how to use OpenRefine with Commons files. It's all there for you. We are out of time, I believe, and there's probably another session waiting to start. So happy to answer more questions. Catch me during the break, etc. And again, Antonin here is the main developer, so and he has stickers. And remember, with great power comes great responsibility.
Second speaker will still come, and we can start then in half an hour. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, cool. So, is it thumbs up from behind there? Can we start? Give me a thumbs up. Yeah? Okay, cool. So, hello everyone. My name is Mario Behling. I'm from the, of course, Wikipedia community, like all of us, but I'm also like a member of the FOSS Asia community. I'm mostly based in Asia, and I work on the Eventyay system that we are using here at the event. It's an open source platform for event management. And yeah, I'm very glad that you're here. So welcome very much to our session. So how can we organize this session? So my idea was this, that you're all using the system, you have a lot of feedback, you have questions. We only have 25 minutes, but maybe we can collect some feedback. And I have prepared some sticky notes. So my idea was this, that we use these sticky notes and write on one note what I really liked, what was great about the event platform this year, and one other paper about what would I like to see getting improved, or is there a feature that I like to see for the future, or any changes I would like to see. So could you help me to give everyone here like a few Post-its, and I also have like some pens, and while you're writing down your notes, I can already tell you a little bit about the history of the project. And after that, we all come here in front and we stick it on the wall, and then we can see the two different areas. So what's really great about it, and where would I like to see things improved? So just like make two different Post-its for each. And yeah, who doesn't have the Post-it notes? He's still handing them out, and I just like continue a bit to talk about it while you guys can hopefully multitask, right? You can think about it at the same time and also listen a bit to what I have to say. Cool. So basically, what's the background of the project? In 2009, we organized the GNOME Asia Summit in Vietnam. And back then we needed a system, so we had this Drupal project, and we made a simple website using Drupal for signing up attendees. And the project was so cool, and we had so many attendees at the GNOME Asia Summit back in the days that we said, hey, we want to continue this, and we really love free and open source software. We also love free and open source hardware, so FOSS, free and open source solutions, or however you want to name it. And so let's continue this. And we continued it, and 2010 and 11, so many people joined again and came from all over the world. And we were looking for an event system to facilitate this, speakers and so on. And we didn't find anything. So 2014, we decided to make our own platform. Back then we were using Ember.js and so on. And it went quite well for a few years. Unfortunately, we had some challenges with the team. You all know there was Corona, and unfortunately our lead developer, he passed away in Corona in India. And there was this problem with oxygen, wasn't delivered and so on. So it was a really blow for us, and also, of course, for the project. There are some memorial videos online about it. So yeah, memory of Arif Jamal. It was a challenge for the project, but we still had a lot of interest, and then like there were other events. So we kind of kept the project going, but there was a technical debt. And I would like to know who are developers here in this room who are like on the technical side of things also. Yeah, so you are, maybe you can also in the break explain to the others a bit, like technical debt is really a challenge, because you have maybe some modules you can't upgrade and other modules that require a new upgrade to a new version and so on, and it's all like dependent and so on. So it was a bit difficult to maintain the system. So last year we said like, let's continue, take whatever we can, and you find other open source components online. For example, like this Pretix project or Pretalks and so on, like look around what we can use and combine this with our own expertise and our own modules and code. So this is what we did and what we started last year. and we have some outcome, and we're also channeling back updates to the related projects that we are using. And yeah, that's where we are now, and love to get your feedbacks. So you had a short moment time. I see some people already wrote something down. So I would like you to come here in front and just stick it on your wall. Stick it on this wall, I mean. So please, here, stick on what is really good, like what you really like. And here, please, what are the challenges you found so far in the Eventyay platform, yeah? So please feel free to come in front here, stick it on, then we can go through it step by step. Okay, I see people still writing, yeah. You still need a moment longer. Okay, no problem, no problem. Yeah, so I mean, that's the history of it. Maybe I can quickly mention a little bit about FOSS Asia then, while some people still think about it. So FOSS Asia is not just an annual event. It's also like a free and open source community online. On GitHub, there are more than 200 repositories. The thing is, you meet at events, just like the Wikipedians here, and then you have an idea for a new project. And some projects, it's difficult to make them really move forward, but other projects take off. And that's what happens in the FOSS Asia community. So for example, one project that we're also doing is this one here. It's the Pocket Science Lab. It's a hardware. And another project is, for example, here, this badge is also open hardware now, and we have a software app on it. If you want, you can come in the break and try it out. Here's also Aryo from our community in Indonesia, and he can also help you and answer any questions. Cool, so I see people already come, so please feel free whenever you're ready, come to the front and stick it on the wall, and we can go through some of the questions here. Yeah. So where's the line? So on the left, it's more like what I like. So I'm gonna read this out. Okay. So here's, for example, love the calendar interface. Who wrote this? Yeah. Okay, you wrote it. Okay, you want to quickly say what's good about it and yeah.
Oh, the calendar interface is like really responsive, and it gives a good like high-level overview of like where I am to go at what time.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Thank you very much. And then, so how about we read one positive and one challenge? Yeah, is that good? Okay, cool. So here somebody wrote, didn't know events were clickable at first. Yeah, who wrote that? Yeah, same person. Okay.
And you didn't realize it was the same handwriting.
Yeah.
But yeah, I didn't know we could like click on an event to get more details.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, but is there anything that you think we could improve from the interface, or is just like once you know and you share it with others and then you kind of know, or yeah?
I think it's just kind of known.
Yeah, I mean, in the old days, everything was blue. Maybe the young people don't even remember. Yeah, when you had the links, they were always in blue. So nowadays you can click on kind of everything, but like sometimes you cannot, and then you're also confused. So you just need to get into the habit and to understand it, I guess. Yeah.
Or maybe it'd be an idea would be that rather than bringing you to a new page, it brings you to a pop-up of like the event. So you stay on the calendar, and it's a more like modern style.
Yeah. So modern style, there could be a small pop-up, maybe with a more link or something like that. Yeah.
Sounds good.
Mm-hmm. Okay, cool. Thank you very much. And there's a feedback. Could you pass on the microphone, please, to the next person? Thank you very much.
In this specific matter, I think that in the desktop version, it's pretty clear that it's clickable because you have an over effect with the mouse, and it turns blue, and the thing it's in the mobile. So I would suggest just a learn more button in the bottom corner, or you begin the abstract and you have the 3 dots to continue reading and leads the person to click. So
yeah. So a little bit more interactive. I know that people are watching these sessions online, so I'm not sure. Is the camera, like, can the camera see us? Yeah. Is it like on big screen? Because I know like sometimes the people online complain that they can't see what's going on, and they just see, because I see it's a bit pointing here. Yeah. So so if anyone's looking online, please also take the questions from online then a bit later. Yeah. 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 Okay. No problem. Cool. Thank you. Then let's move to the next one. Would you like to read out what you have written here?
So for me, like hard to click the star, the favorite, on my mobile. So I open the new link again and again. Yeah,
So it's a bit overlap or something. So the starring your own session is a challenge. Okay, cool. Thank you very much. Yeah. What's the next? Let me read. More mobile friendliness. Text adjustments, export to PDF and printable options. Okay, yeah, that's a good idea. Export to PDF. I mean, some browsers have the save as PDF option, but maybe the format is not correct. It's maybe off page or something like that.
It is.
So that's,
it is.
Yeah.
I was trying to to print it out, so
Yeah.
I know it's not environmental friendly, but I didn't have the time to look at the whole program, and I was planning to print it and watch it on the plane. So, but I did print it, but the letters were so small that I couldn't read it.
Okay.
So, and the mobile, when it doesn't have it's just an application for the web, right? It doesn't have an app for Android or iOS, right?
No.
Okay, so.
Not, yeah.
The thing I found out is whenever I made a link to my mobile phone to be more quick to access, and the first time I load the page, it's not formatted for mobile.
Yeah. Okay. So of course, like the challenge for us is maybe some people tested it, but the Wikimania schedule is just huge, right?
Yeah.
So,
that's
so
the problem.
maybe like it wasn't tested like that, and now we have it here, and yeah. Okay, so that's something we need to look in more. Thank you very much. Then another thing is here, can improve. Differences between desktop and mobile versions. I think that was similar to the previous comment, or does anyone want to say a little bit more about it? Yeah. Do you have the microphone?
Now, one specific thing that I don't understand why, in the mobile version, we can see how many people liked the event and are thinking about attending. And in the desktop, we don't have this feature. And once I'm giving a talk in Friday, I always get into the mobile versions instead of the desktop version. And I would prefer to have everything everywhere.
Yeah. So actually, in the desktop version, there is this link schedule and then sessions. So if you click on the sessions, you will still in the desktop version you will still see the number of like people who signed up for the session or who start this session. Maybe some people might say, "Huh, but I saw that before." I'm confused because actually 2 weeks ago we also had it on the schedule in the desktop version, but then some users' feedback was, "Oh, that's too much. That's overloading," and they don't want to have this the kind of competition. So our current idea is this: that we want to make a small button to enable people to switch that feature on and off. So for some people it might be too much, and others. Another thing that we are working on is that you can sort the sessions by popularity. Yeah, but like it's a bit tricky because some events they say, "Oh yeah, really good," because we want to see and maybe change the plan or whatever. Other events say, "Oh, we don't want to have this kind of competition." Yeah, well, yeah, different approaches. Yeah, so if you can switch it on and off, I think everyone would be satisfied. Thank you very much for that feedback. Then we have here a comment: "Didn't know events were clear." I know that I already had. Do you use pre-docs? Yeah, of course. Like who asked? There's a doubt here. So that's what I said before. So we are using different components, but there is unfortunately sometimes a challenge because of different licenses, and the Wikipedia community knows very well, like always, the challenge with licenses. Yeah. So, for example, like if you use an Apache license, then the AGPL, for example, is not compatible with the license and so on. That's why, for example, the ticketing system is also like a kind of shared component with some older code of like preticks and so on. Yeah, so there's always some overlap with other projects, but we cannot always combine everything, unfortunately, because of the license challenges here. And what we do is like, nevertheless, we use the code that we can, and then we add our own features. For example, like the filtering features in the schedule that you already see, and then we push it upstream. Yeah, so it's kind of an upstream project. But I think the vision, and I think we can talk a little bit later about this. The vision that we have is a bit different. We want to have a system that can be easily deployed by many events and many projects themselves, and that already comes with everything included, ticketing, speaking, and video all together. And there are other projects that say, okay, we only want to focus on ticketing, or we only want to focus on that. And our vision is more like everything together, because the FOSS Asia community, we need it ourselves. Yeah. And for example, we have next year also an event in Thailand, and that's in March, and we expect a lot of people. So this is what we need, all these features. Somebody raised the hand here. Okay.
Thank you. That was my doubt. I'm organizing an event also using pre-talks, and you're struggling with some features. That's why I asked you. So I'd like to talk to you later, because maybe you have faced the same problems as us are facing now, and we are looking for a community to help us in that mission. That's it.
Exactly. So that would be great. For example, so we have a very active community. Today we had 5 deployments. So I don't know who logged in the morning, maybe logged in later again and saw, oh, this issue is solved, or right. So actually we're very active, and we're looking for events that we can work together with. So for example, if you're already using pre-talks, you could, for example, use our project and upgrade your project with this. We can show you how to do this. Yeah. So because of the shared code base. Yeah. Okay, cool. So then here, next question. Text doesn't wrap on my browser. Fennec on Android. Yes, okay. Would you like to share a little bit more details about it?
Yeah, that's as simple as it shows. Just I can see all the events, but I cannot see all the text. I have to snap this way and around.
Yeah.
So it's not very practical.
So could you, maybe not everyone knows about the Fennec browser? Yeah.
Oh, it's probably some fork of Firefox on Android because of license issues.
Yeah. When was it forked?
Oh, some time ago. It looks like the most Firefox you can get on Android.
Yeah, so I think what we need to do here is we need to add the Fennec browser to our testing process, and I don't know which HTML engine they're using, Gecko, I guess, if it's older, and which version, so definitely something to test. So thank you very much for bringing it up. Yeah, okay, then let me move on. One challenge, have a designated column / space for favorite events, keep track of the stars maybe, or of the love. There's a heart, very positive, very nice. Who wrote that? Yeah, okay. Would you like to share?
Hi, thank you. So first of all, I really like the interface. I think it's an amazing tool. I think it just encounters some issues with respect to parts of the event where you've got no longer a block schedule of all the events happening all at once. And so, especially in the late afternoon when you have some events that overlap over others, it's hard to keep track of, say, what events I've already committed to and what events I'm trying to also add to my own personal schedule. And so if there's a way where there could be like a designated tab, or in the same screen, a designated space to keep track of all the events that you are committed to going, then it would be really easy just to look on your phone or look on your computer, just to keep track of everything that you like. And one other idea that just came to mind is perhaps there's a way to export all the events that you want to attend. This could be for your own personal archives, or if you want to share with peers what you're interested in. That could be a really cool feature, but I also don't think it's absolutely necessary. It's just another fun add-on that could be intriguing.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So yeah, but this is what a lot of users want, and we already have the feature where you can click on the stars and only see your start sessions. Yeah. So there on the top there's a yellow star. So if you have some stars and it shows a number, for example 4 or 10, how many, depends on how many sessions you start, then you will only see the start sessions. But maybe you can check this out and show me later if it's not clear enough, because if you have an idea about tabs and so on, maybe you can even draw it, because I'm not entirely sure how I would implement that. In regards to the export, there was already an export, but the user feedback was that it wasn't very clear. So this morning we implemented a button which says add to calendar. So maybe you check this out, and there is already an iCal export. And if you see the second section, there's an my start iCal. Yeah, so your own schedule. So it only exports your own schedule. However, we live in a world where not everything is open source, and there's of course Google Calendar. Many people use it. So the next step would be to also add the feature so you can add it directly to Google Calendar. Because what this export doesn't do, if you update your favorite sessions, it will not update the exported calendar, right? And with a Google Calendar, that's of course possible because it's all online. Yeah, so I don't know, maybe we have it even before the end of the event. Let's keep the fingers crossed, yeah? So people are working on it. Cool, thank you very much for that thing. And here I see another feedback, a place to take notes during a session, yeah? Okay, you want to hand the microphone here, please? Yeah.
So first of all, thank you for your work on this. On this platform, I put that as just because as I was attending sessions today, I didn't have one place to put notes, and I thought it would be nice if there was a place within the platform, within each session, that we could put notes and then download everything at the end of the event, for example, into one doc. So probably not high priority, but a nice suggestion. And I don't know if you'll get my note there, but I just wanted to mention specifically the feature to put feedback for the speakers. I think that's a very nice feature. I found that today, and yeah, I really like that.
Yeah, thank you. And regarding your suggestion, sorry, may I ask a question? What tool do you usually use to take notes? Like, what is a good tool? Because there are so many different tools and they have different approaches. So what are you usually using?
I usually use Google Docs, but I don't have a preference for that.
Yeah, so yeah, that would require some thought on our side. So, for example, if you integrate, like for example, Google Docs or like Nextcloud, yeah, LibreOffice, where there's not just one online LibreOffice version. So yeah, some thoughts need to go into this, so we can take it up as a request, even though we don't know immediately how to implement it. Yeah.
Okay. I do have a question about before you read my note, the iCal, because I tried to download it, and even when I downloaded the first iCal, it downloaded only my favorites. Is it supposed to download all of the sessions or only my favorites?
So the feature was just implemented. Please come to me after the session. We try together. Okay. I don't know if it's a bug or if maybe if you click somewhere. So yeah, okay, we try together.
Yesterday, maybe.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Yes. Yeah.
Sorry, I joined a bit late, so I don't know if you already discussed this, but have you thought about making an app for the mobile version of this thing? Because what I'm listening is that a lot of issues are browser versus app. And this reminds me, I've been in many international conferences, especially like science related, where there are like million sessions like now, all things happening at once. And we usually have like an app for the event where we see the calendar, we add it to ourselves, and most of them include a notes section, which is amazing because you attend the notes and then maybe a week later my boss asks me like, oh, which lectures do you find interesting? What did you like? And I'm like, oh, it's easier to go back into the app, see what lectures I attended because I've marked as favorites, and then just see my notes that I take it there as Apple Notes or Google Notes or whatever. It's just like a quick and dirty kind of thing. So I don't know if you've thought about making like a mobile version rather than just be browsing on it.
Yeah, thank you. And so these are two questions. So one is the app and one is also related to your note taking. So actually I always get mixed feedback about an app because people say, oh, not another app for another event. Yeah. So on the other hand, you store the data there, and yeah, how often do you go back? I mean, what would be the easiest is to make a web app that is kind of based on the web interface. At the moment, things are still changing so much. So if we have an app and if we change things on every platform, we're just busy like having small changes and like taking care of so many things. So I think an app is definitely possible. We're also looking, of course, more and more to use AI. So if you already have like one version, like, you know, its development can be sped up. But I would like to know, just like to understand the feedback here in the room, how many people would really value to have a mobile app? Yeah, please raise your hand just to get an idea a bit. Okay, yeah, half. Okay, I see. So yeah, say again.
To be honest, it's an open source software with open protocols, and there are already very good apps to browse the programs like. For example, maybe more technical contributors here loves Gigity, that it's a small application that opens whatever other similar event. So I'm offline mode in my mobile phone, and I just browse the whole event, and it works. I like it. So maybe there is some space to just improve this kind of applications. To make it them more user friendly, or have more defaults for next Wikimanias or these kind of things, or.
Thank you. And I'm actually seeing we're at the end of the time, and I still feel we have so many questions. So absolutely right. We will maybe make this more prominent at the next upcoming events, and also check and promote the open source apps that we are compatible with, like Gigity. So many topics still to talk about. Thank you very much for the notes. So we have more ideas here, even if you didn't have the chance now to share your thoughts. And I'm still around. Ario is also here, and our community is on GitHub and everywhere. You can always get in touch with us. Please come to the FOSS Asia Summit. It happens in March next year. We are invited by the Thai Parliament. It will happen inside the Thai Parliament. Maybe an opportunity for the Wikipedia community in future. And thank you very much for joining the call and using the system, providing all the feedback and support for the free and open source community. Thank you very much.
Should I get started? Yeah, good. Hello, everybody. Thank you very much for joining this session and this panel. I'm going to let my panelists introduce themselves. We all have a few minutes to come and talk about open as a prerequisite for solving the climate crisis. But before we do get started, I just want to acknowledge one colleague, Maxwell Beganin, who is from WikiGreen, who was not able to join us because he was not able to get a visa despite applying for a visa twice. So we do have a video from him as well that will be part of Lucas's presentation. So he is definitely here with us in spirit. So hand things off to you, Melissa.
Thank you, Rebecca. And I'm very pleased to join this session today. My name is Melissa Hegman, and I've been working on open access since around 2002 with the Open Society Foundations. And now I'm working to transition the Budapest Open Access Initiative, which first defined open access, into an organization. So with that, I would like to begin to talk about advocating for open access in critical fields. Now, this is a strategy which one of the leading examples came into play at the beginning of the pandemic. So at that time, the Wellcome Trust and leaders from around the world called on researchers and journals and funders to make all, thank you. Yes, there we go. To make all research related to COVID-19 openly available, or freely available for the duration of the outbreak. Now, this strategy saw resounding success and brought the research, publishing, and scholarly communications communities together through a shared cause that resulted in more than 350,000 articles being made openly available. However, as some of the articles were only made available for the duration of the pandemic, and some of them have now been placed behind paywalls, and approximately 12% of this research, which had been made openly available, is now behind paywalls. So during the pandemic, as we were witnessing policymakers and researchers and publishers responding to the call to make research on COVID-19 open, my former colleague Francis Pinter and I began a series of discussions around adapting the same model for another clear and present danger, that of climate change. So shockingly, 49% of research published on climate science is locked behind paywalls. Now, Francis and I formed a steering committee and secured the partnership of Creative Commons and Spark and Eiffel to lead the project, as well as seed funding from the Open Society Foundations and support from Arcadia to launch the Open Climate Campaign. Now, halfway through the intended timeline of the campaign, the impact is clear in terms of prioritizing climate for open access is very much needed. So at a time when open access continues to be contested by commercially driven approaches, a call to action for the community to address the climate crisis through open access provided a much needed and a re-energization of the open access movement. So targeting the development of open access in specific fields can mobilize and educate communities. Beyond COVID-19 and climate research, one could think of using this model for fields such as cancer research, as well as uniting the public health community around advocating for open access for emerging infectious diseases, including drug-resistant infections. In addition, this approach could be applied to the Sustainable Development Goals, as currently only 56% of papers on SDGs are open access. So this is a strategy which could help to mobilize and educate communities by working specifically on one field. And it has been pioneered by COVID and now working in the field of climate science. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Rebecca to talk more about the Open Climate Campaign.
All right, thanks very much, Melissa. So I am thrilled to have the opportunity to build on Melissa's presentation and talk about our work at Creative Commons and around open access to climate research, as I just wait for my slides. There we go. So Melissa provided some really good background in terms of the notion of prioritizing open access in critical fields. And my colleagues and I at Creative Commons really had the opportunity to put this strategy to the test. And when I was working on this presentation, I really thought that I could title it something like Open Access is the Only Way, and Open Access is also extremely broken. And having had the opportunity to work on open access models for a number of years, I really started to feel kind of hopeless and jaded to a certain extent. And as Melissa mentioned, this idea of focusing our efforts around a specific field really helped to re-energize the open access movement, not just at Creative Commons and with our partners, but I would say across academic libraries and other knowledge-producing institutions at large. So we have today entered this paradox of openness, where we have more open access content than ever before, and yet we're spending more money with commercial publishers than ever before. So these for-profit publishers seek to control access to knowledge for corporate and shareholder profit. However, having the opportunity to work at the intersection of open access and climate justice really has an opportunity to flip the switch on the models that exist right now. So let's get into our approach. Everyone in this room pretty much knows that we use access to information to inform decision-making on the world's greatest challenges. And one of the world's greatest challenges today is mitigating the climate crisis. But we don't always have access to the information. We don't always have access to climate change knowledge. And it's not just us who don't have access. It is journalists, policymakers, teachers, students, traditional knowledge keepers, and folks at the community level who are also disproportionately affected by the climate crisis. What I hadn't fully understood, though, is how little access we actually have. So through the campaign, we did a lot of bibliometric research, and we found that actually only 50% of all climate research is available as open access. This is obviously a really big problem. So we thought that this strategy of focusing on a specific field really worked for tackling this problem. And as Melissa said, that's sort of how we started the Open Climate Campaign. So Melissa and I have both already talked about the why of this, but I want to go into it in a little bit more of a detail. So we thought at the climate campaign that we really wanted to talk about our whys in a way that were super tangible and that really felt like they would make a difference to folks. And I think that that is a step that we sometimes miss as a community in terms of that advocacy, just saying open is important, but we really wanted to talk about why is opens important. And so our 3 whys with the campaign is that we do this to increase equitable collaboration that will support finding faster solutions to the climate crisis. The word equitable here is extremely important because faster solutions to solving the climate crisis that are not equitable are not, in fact, solutions. So we really have to make sure that they are equitable solutions. We do this because we believe in a robust knowledge commons, which helps to fight the information crisis. And we do this because we want to see a systemic shift in scholarly communications that is sustainable, equitable, and community-driven. And like Melissa, I often find myself talking about this in terms of the SDGs. So there is obviously a goal in the SDGs about climate action, but I would really argue that access to climate research is required to meet all of these SDGs. And further than that, access to information and this research is important in terms of us evaluating how we're doing in meeting these SDGs. So our approach at the Open Climate Campaign is multifaceted. We work on policy, we work on coalition convening, we work on advocacy with a number of partners, and we also have our open workshop where we do a lot of different experiments on open access. We also know that our work will shift and evolve depending on funding availability and resources and other priorities. So we aim to keep ourselves super agile and making sure that we are meeting our principles and our goals. So our principles are, as it is on the screen, sharing knowledge is a social justice issue. Accelerating progress requires equity, inclusivity, and global empowerment. And knowledge about our world is a public good. So I'm going to talk a little bit about some early findings 2 years into the campaign. So here's a list of what we found to date. I know the text is small, and I'm going to go through each one of these in a little bit more detail. Policy change is slow, and the climate crisis cannot wait. Through the campaign, we worked with 15 national governments all over the world on open access policies using climate as a driver. Policy work is about deep systematic change, and it is generational. It's certainly not a quick fix. Policy work is also really difficult to promote because the national governments themselves have communication plans and strategies for rolling this out. Also, policy change is not a one-to-one fix. So we know that we're not going to be able to count the exact number of open access papers that happen as a result of these policy changes. So a lesson here is that while policy work is incredibly important, we really need to balance it with some activities and initiatives that affect quick change, that sort of build on the momentum of the work that we're doing. So one of the biggest insights we had with our work is that this is really not a hard sell at all in terms of making open access, climate research open access. So I remember at the beginning of my career working in open access, I sort of would hesitate to answer when someone would ask me what I did for a living because it just felt overly complicated to explain. And sometimes I just wanted to say something like, I'm a dentist, something that everyone could understand. But when I started working on the Open Climate Campaign, when I said, I'm working to make research available to help mitigate the climate crisis, people got it right away. It was very compelling. And that was a bit of a clue about how important this work is and how people really wanted to start talking about it and thinking about it. So institutions and researchers often want ways to meet their own climate action plans. So what if we started thinking about things like institutional repositories as a tool for collective climate action? We asked ourselves if we could position the deposit of author-accepted manuscripts in these repositories as a way to make an individual and a collective act towards making research available as open access. So to explore this in more detail, we launched our paper pledge for the planet. So this is one of the projects in our open workshop, and we use bibliometric data to develop a set of criteria to have a list of research papers that are closed access that we want to make open access. And this way, we work with institutional repository managers to reach out to those researchers and have that research deposited in open repositories. And when my colleague Monica launched this at the Open Repository Conference in June, I think, it was met with overwhelming support because, again, folks really want to find a way to support the climate movement. So another lesson that really we found with the campaign is that the entrenchment with commercial publishers is so deep. And for me, I feel really strongly that new open access business models is not going to be the answer to this problem. The climate crisis really can't wait for us to sort out our business models. So that means that we need to think about a different framework when we do this work. We need to think about this work through the lens of social justice, human rights, and not sort of be stuck in this narrow lens of sorting out business models. So in thinking about that, we have another experiment as part of our open workshop, and it's called Unbinding. One of the members in our steering committee, Peter Suber, had actually published a paper about 20 years ago to talk about how we could reach out to publishers and ask them to make research available in a certain field, like Melissa was talking about. And we thought we would apply this to climate research. First, we needed a list to work against. So we looked at the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the IPCC, 6th Assessment Report. We used bibliometric research to figure out how many papers that were cited in the IPCC report were available as open access. Turns out about 60% of those papers cited are open access. That's pretty good, but that's still another 40% that are not available as open access. And what's interesting is of the papers that are available as open access, only about 40% of them have an open license, and only about 30% of those have a CC BY license. So now we have another goal that we can work towards, which is also applying open licenses to papers that are available as open access. And I think that it can seem like perhaps a little naive to say, like, we're just going to reach out to publishers, we're going to ask them to make this research available as open access. But remember that the publishers themselves also have climate action plans and climate goals that they want to meet, and we're giving them a way of doing that and buying a bit of goodwill with the community. So far, with the publishers we've spoken with, there has been a tremendous amount of support, and we're quite optimistic. And so I think also, I talked about this at the beginning, but really making sure that we're communicating what is at stake with both a sense of urgency and also a sense of optimism. There is a lot of eco-anxiety out there, and being able to say to folks, depositing your research in a repository or making sure that you have an open license is something that you can do, feels really tangible and important. Okay, so where do we go from here? In terms of the Open Climate Campaign, I would say, like Melissa, it is extremely clear that discipline-specific approaches to OA really works. And I think it's largely because it's a movement of movements. So this movement works at the intersection of both the open access movement and the climate justice movement. And these intersections of movement are extremely important. So what we're going to do at Creative Commons is take stock of the work that we've done and kind of develop these frameworks so that others can follow, so that we can develop this at scale as a community and really work to chip away at that 50% of papers that are locked behind paywalls. But regardless, I know that Open Climate will remain a core strategy for all of us in terms of open access. And so anyone who wants to chat more about this, please let us know. And with that, I'm going to pass it over to Jan.
See if I get my slides. There he is. So hello, my name is Jan Ainali. I'm a Wikimedian since 2006. I have the Gdansk t-shirt. That was my third Wikimania. But right now, today, I'm working with Creative Commons since May on the Open Climate Data project, which is sort of like a sub-project to what we have been talking about before. So some things are sort of repeated, but I'm going to try to make it good. So what we really try to do here is we're trying to facilitate better sharing of climate data. And like Rebecca said, we have had a lot of good reception from these institutions who are creating climate data. So what we're really trying to do is more hands-on, helping them to share this in a good way. So a lot of these institutions are really large, which means they have hundreds, maybe thousands of employees, so they need policies for the data sharing. So we help them create better policies internally so they know how to do it. We even make them, help them do audits on their publishing platforms so that the CC licenses are in the top of the selection list and not in the bottom. So it's going to be more of a default to share it properly. We also help with trainings, sometimes in group or like one-on-one. So really practically trying to get the climate institutions to work in a good and open way. And of course, we have already touched upon this, but there's an urgency of the climate data to get the data out there so that we immediately can start using it in research and for planning to create better policies and action and mitigation in different kinds of ways, because this is happening right now. We cannot wait. And it's also like the importance of the specific of the climate data is that we need to have data-driven decisions. So we're not making things ad hoc too much. And it's also important that we inform the policy of this data and also that, get a public awareness so that the public can feel that they own this and become part of the community that will sort of like grow this environmental stewardship. And by creating sharing practices, we want to sort of enable a global collaboration. So we're not doing this in islands separate from each other, but working together. And of course, like the people who are creating this climate data, they have access to it already, and their own researchers have access. So who are the beneficiaries of actually releasing it as open data? Well, we have the general public, but also like the civic tech and the NGOs that can go out and start holding the authorities accountable so that everybody knows this is not some secret data, but rather that we can understand it together. It also enables businesses and private sector to create solutions that we're going to need to be able to put everything in place. And even if we have the knowledge, like in one institution, it might not be available as easily if it's not open data on local levels or across regions or like continents. So we need also there to be working together. And what we, in this project, the Open Climate Data campaign, or Open Climate Data project, we have been working on two different fields. So we have come up with a recommended licensing and legal terms to really maximize the sharing of the data. And we also come up with some recommendations of the metadata values that makes it clear how the license is actually working, that the attribution and the provenance is proper, so that we can have a chain of trust of whatever we are publishing and reusing. And I imagine most of you people here in this room already know about the Creative Commons licenses, but if you didn't, like we have 4 different conditions that we together can combine to 6 different licenses. And what you perhaps didn't know as well is that we can see these as different layers. We have the legal terms that are for the lawyers. We also have the one that you probably come across, the human readable layer that actually explains it very easily for someone. But there's also a layer for machine readability, so we can create apps and other tools to use this. And they are available, the version 4 of attribution in these languages, but we encourage people who know more languages to help join our translation community so we can get it into more. And in this project, we have sort of, you can rank this from least free to most free. And we have focused really around on the 2 most free one to enable more project sharing. And here I also added the public domain dedication, which isn't really a license, but a dedication to the public domain, the CC0. And you see it's grayed out here, but of course you know that the CC by SA, the share alike, is also allowed on Wikimedia Commons. So if you see a data set out there that you think, oh, I think this would be useful on Wikimedia Commons. Those are also available. We recommend the data producers to do it even freer to make it easy. But for Wikimedia Commons, that will also be fine. And our first recommendation is really to use the CC0, but have an attribution request. So this will enable the maximal ease of sharing of the data, whereas we ask people to attribute this. And of course, this is what professionals want to do anyway, because they want to have show that the trust where the data comes from, the provenance. But by using CC0, you remove the most legal complexities, so make it the easiest way as possible. And the second option is then for organizations who cannot or have policies already. Some jurisdictions, it might be hard for public organizations to reassign it to the public domain. We recommend the CC BY then, which still is fairly easy compared to some of the other options. And for attributions, we really have this tassel you can remember how you should give a good attribution, title, attribution, source, and license. And here you see an example of it. And for the other part, the recommended metadata values, we work together with W3C. And here are the list of the metadata values that we have come up that you should have. Title, publisher, identifier, and license are fairly straightforward. There's also this rights statement, which is more of a human readable, but more longer explanation of how you can use this works. And then also a bibliographical citation, which explains this is how we want to be cited. And you might also say, oh, I recognize some of these as properties on Wikidata. And for structured data on commons, we already have the title, the publisher, the identifier, and copyright license. Unfortunately, though, we don't have structured data in the data namespace yet. So that is something, as now I have my Wikimedia hat on, something that I think we should enable. We should ask to get this enabled for the data namespace as well, because right now we can only use this on files. But of course, we want to have this on the data to show the provenance easily and also make the data more queryable. And multilingual, because the way we can put in references in the data namespace right now is not very easy to do in a multilingual way. And we already have some examples on Wikimedia Commons. So Wikimedia Canada have been working together with the Environment and Climate Change Canada and publish weather data from different institutions. And in the data namespace, we have opportunity to publish tabular data, but also map data. And even though I show an image here of a map, this is not the map data. This is actually data from the Wikidata. So we have multiple ways of storing climate data and related data on the Wikimedia platforms. We also have a lot of data from NOAA on Wikimedia Commons. But unfortunately, right now, the charts are broken, so we cannot display the graph. No, the graph is disabled, so we cannot show that on the Commons platforms. But tomorrow, there will be a session on charts, the successor of graph. So hopefully, we see some bright future for that tomorrow. It's tomorrow morning. And I think that was what I had. And I think it's Lucas now and not in Q&A.
Hi everyone, thanks for having me here. My name is Lucas Precci. I am the current Director of Advocacy and Communications at the Open Knowledge Foundation. But in my heart, I'm actually an activist. And I'm not the one who should be here. That's why I also thank you for having me here, because I'm talking about an initiative from our colleague from the Open Knowledge Network, Maxwell Beganin, as Rebecca told you before. We will hear his words like in just 1 minute, because he came up with this idea, and he's actually, as he describes himself, like an ecosystem builder. And that's exactly what he's doing. Actually, he is part of like many initiatives. He's from Ghana, from Accra, and he's like involved with many layers of local grassroots activism there. And things that has to do with the digital culture world, but it also has to do with like humanitarian activism and many other things. And then he starts actually knocking on every door, and every organization that could enable or provide a platform or give him and the movement structure for that. And the Open Knowledge Foundation and the Open Climate Campaign is one of those. So he came up with this idea, like, why don't we get like the openness discussion into the COP level, where actually like the decisions about climate crisis are happening, right? Like pragmatically, like we can. Of course, the problem is systemic, like the problem is capitalism. I mean, all the research in open access or whatever we are seeing here, we can do most of them, but like they need to be actually applied, and policies need to actually change, and governments need to commit to things. And that's happening in the COP level, right? In the United Nations convening this thing. So that's why like this guy from one grassroots initiative in Ghana come up and say like, oh, we need to do this. We said like, yes, we need to, So we started doing what we are calling like a movement advocating for openness in the UN Climate Change Conference. These are the logos, but it's not actually an institutional initiative, I would say. Wikigreen Initiatives is actually one of the organizations Max is involved with in Ghana. This is the Open Knowledge Network. We are, let's say, signing this campaign as a network because it's also not an institutional initiative from the foundation, and it's like we don't have like any funding for that. We are just actually kind of volunteering as well from the network. You'll see like another examples from the network in a minute. The Open Climate Campaign is another door that Max knocked in, saying like, oh, you're doing this thing, like we should do it together. And then when we started the campaign, the Open Data Charter also raised their hand saying, oh, we are observers of COP, so we could also help and open doors and stuff. And that's why we put like +U, and because it's actually a growing, recent, newly created coalition movement / whatever initiative that we want to actually maybe next year in next Wikimania or many other events like have like the screen full of logos or faces or whatever, So I'm just putting kind of like highlighting the non-heavily institutional initiative that we are trying to do here. But let's hear from Max. I'm already talking too much. I give the play here? No. How do I do it? Should I? No. Yeah. Yeah, that's it.
Hello, everyone. My name is Maxwell Beganin from Ghana, but currently in South Africa. I had to join you for this meeting and this session, but unfortunately, because of a lot of visa issues, I wasn't able to secure a visa to attend the event, and that's very unfortunate because the reasons given for the denial of visa didn't really make a lot of sense. But we have an opportunity to use this platform to also have this session or be included in the session. So just as I said, my name is Maxwell Beganin, and I am the co-lead on this Open Goals COP coalition that we started, or an initiative that we started from the Wikigreen initiative together with Creative Commons Open Climate Campaign and also Open Knowledge Foundation, Open Data, and Open Data Charter, and you, of course, here. So the whole conceptualization and the idea was that if you look at the UNFCCC processes, you realize that there is no integration of the concept of open. And the concept of open here, well, we mean accessibility or information being open to the public. So within the framework, we decided to think around how we can start pushing that narrative of open, where all the essential documentations, all the draft text and everything that is included within that process of the UNFCCC become very open, and then all of us can have access to it. And so that is the brain behind everything that we are trying to do. So we call on all open enthusiasts, all open actors to come on board for us to shift the narrative, for us to also be included in this whole climate science conversation in terms of advocacy, in terms of strategy. We need to have a common ground. We need to have a representation. So there should be an open representation in the climate space, in the UNFCCC process. I would end here, and I know Lucas would expatiate more on some of the issues that I have shared. And I would wish that you have a great session on the intersection between open and then climate science. Thank you very much, and then I look forward to seeing you soon.
Yeah, this is Max. I don't know if I need to do another statement on like how absurd is the situation of like not only Max but like many of people from our networks don't get visa. Is like not exclusive from Wikimania. Like the RightsCon last year, there was like a big issue around that for Costa Rica. They just changed it like the for Taiwan. Let's see what happens next year. But like there are like many other multi-stakeholder. There's many adjectives that we can use here that like are really not allowing people to circulate. And I mean, like open knowledge and closed borders. I mean, that's something we're really getting super overwhelmed with and outraged actually. And we cannot really build movements without a person like him and many others not present in this room anyway. So just wanna again use this microphone just to shout out and to state and let's scream about it, everyone, because it's really an absurd. Anyway, we are no.
Hello, everyone.
Okay, not again. Oh, enough of Max. So these are well. This is an ongoing process. Let me go one slide, then you can see more or less like the timeline. We have just started. Like in June 5, we run what we call like our first webinar, like in celebrating the World Environment Day. And the webinar was basically, let's do it together. It's a call for people who are interested on it, and let's come together. And Open Data Charter was not yet there, and then they joined. So we are starting to actually create some buzz and create momentum around it. And then we run a second webinar in July, like less than a month ago, with some structure. I'll show you in a minute. And then there's the third webinar to be decided. So that's very much, let's say, recent and newly created, like with no governance. And actually, this is something I'm trying to put in the coalition and talking to Rebecca and others. It's like, let's not do meta conversations for now. Like, oh, what's the governance? Who decides on what? Like, I mean, let's just do things because that's urgent, and then we figure out things in the way. So if there's any funder in this room that wants to, not only funder, but like people that, of course, want to join efforts, but also want to give and push for structure, we are more than welcome to receive you and to work with you and whatever details or paperwork is needed for you. But getting back to it, like this is the goals that we collaboratively did in the past few weeks, actually. This is, as I said, ongoing work. We are trying to catalyze conversation, build momentum, build capacity between open movement activists, because there's a huge gap between the open movement, or however we call Wikimedians or digital culture or whatever, and the climate justice people and scientists and stuff. So we are trying to bridge, those two worlds. And also they, like many open movement activists, are not really equipped with the things that are required for actually influencing the conversation in the climate crises and levels. So we are also doing. We want to support climate-driven climate action initiatives at a local level. So that Max is an example, and I'll bring you one more from Brazil now. We want to make information about co-processes freely available, because that's also another thing. Like, it's actually a black box. If you go there into the COP processes, it's like, no, how does it work? And people who have gone to COP is like, oh, there's the green zone, the blue, whatever. What is actually happening here? It's like bureaucracy. It's like, it looks like they're putting more barriers to, kind of like avoid action. So that's also like information that we need to make freely available, and that's something we did in the first podcast, like being really didactic about like what's COP and how to influence that process. And of course, as a final outcome, we don't know if we will be able to do it. Like, we want to actually activate the negotiators and people who can really change words in the room and make decisions, to listen to what's happening in terms of really influencing the documentation and stuff. This is not a goal for this year, of course, because we are. I don't think we'll have time for that to actually create, critical mass around the movement. But this is definitely something we are pointing to next COP in Brazil, because there's also more, let's say, favorable political context in the Amazon. There's like some momentum, like in the end of next year, that we hope to be, stronger as a movement. This I showed you. This is a GIF just to show the vibes of the webinars. I don't want to highlight the diversity because it's obvious. And we think that's how you build movement, and that's how we are trying to build our network as well today. This is Natalia Karfi from Open Data Charter doing her intervention in the last webinar. She went more like technical about like what does like open climate data means. It's very complicated actually. So it's also like opening up, the discussions, and that's why like many people here probably know more than us and her about it. And she's the Open Data Charter is now an official observer. So we have like this small door open to crack and to get into the room. So please come to join. I just want to show you like what the kind of things we are discussing. And for each seminar, we are also highlighting one initiative. We want to focus on local things more than like the top level world class stuff. And this is Aide, who is in the room. She's the director of Open Knowledge Brazil and part of the network. And they have a really, what I would say, very exemplary, really cool local project that is called the Climate Diaries, that basically scans every day every official gazette from every municipality to find laws and regulations, new things that are being told about climate, and you can talk to her. That's easier than me talking about her. So this is the kind of things we are discussing in the webinars. The third one will be probably decided in the next few weeks. That's one important thing that I was just forgetting. We are trying to document this process in a podcast format, just because it's easier to listen than, well, personally, I don't believe that people go to community calls that are in YouTube and watch them happening after they were there. So like, why not just putting it on the audio version, and then people can just go around and see. This is the link. That's your opportunity to scan this thing and listen today. That's the first podcast is about the first webinar. The second one is in production and will be launched very soon. And we have a domain that is registered, but if you go there, there's nothing, because we haven't had resources yet, but we will in the future, because we're also getting resources together and trying to do it like with the strength we have and skills we have for now. But that's how you can reach out and say, I want to join you, and give you your contact to be invited to the next webinar, and hopefully grow this movement and really influence like the decisions in the COP level. That's it. Thank you.
All right, a big thank you to my co-panelists, Melissa, Jan, Lucas, and of course, Max as well. And we have 10 minutes left, so I know all of us would be very happy to answer any questions that you might have. Great. Are we going to run the microphone? Okay, thank you.
Okay, yeah. It's not really a question, but I've got this system. ESGF, it's the world's largest repository of climate data, and it is available. So you can, if you want, you can take the whole lot and put it on Wikidata if you've got 16 peta available. But this is the current version. I'd show you the new version, but I bought my Wikimedia laptop instead of the work laptop. But it's the Supercomputer Center has all this data available, and it's free.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to give a suggestion and get the opinion of the panelists. If you discover, like in my experience last year attending the COP, because we work on, in my organization, which is part of the Open Knowledge Network, we work on climatic change issues. And I was talking to our Minister of Environment in the Gambia. I said between 2017 and 2022, you had over 3 million tons of rosewoods that were taken from the Gambia and southern Senegal to China, worth over $2 billion. Wanted to know what amount of rosewoods have been depleted, not just the tons, and what areas are affected. And she said, they're in these policy documents, but we can share the policy documents. And listening to everything that has been said, I said, okay, Baku, Azerbaijan is too near, but Belém, which is a big center of the rainforest in Brazil, in the Pará state, will be hosting the next COP. Why is there a possibility that within this coalition, with what all you have said, that there's an engagement with policymakers, from states, whereby their data they have can also be open, because then we can torture the data better and researchers can play a role. I would like to hear your opinion. Thank you.
Do you want to answer? I would say yes, let's do it. Yeah, I think that's exactly what we were hoping the coalition would be able to enable and sort of collect ideas like that. So we would love to see you join the coalition, chat more about it, and we're really looking for ideas and ways to enable that coalition.
And there's one thing that we are really discussing in the webinars, which is also like against the meta conversation. It's also something that obsesses me. Is we need to go content-driven in terms of what we are doing, right? Like, so this is a task, right? So let's ask the campaign goal. It's we can do whatever strategies we want as activists to make pressure on these specific governments to open their data, la la la. So this is actually a very tangible outcome that we could, start working with. But we need people like you and everyone in the room to put those tasks on the table, because of course we are pushing the way we can, but we also don't have all the ideas and we don't know everyone in the world. So people well connected as you is like very much welcome to the coalition to actually task us and task the governments or whoever we want to task to do stuff. Yeah.
Thank you. This is fascinating. My name is Brisa. I'm Mexican-Brazilian. And this is more a common invitation because, next COP will happen in my region in Latin America. And there is a very interesting momentum happening with the community there. They just created a working group on climate justice. There is a conference happening on indigenous voices and climate change in Peru in November. So this is more of an invitation. I work for the foundation. I'm the partnerships manager for Latin America, and I'm accompanying this group of Wikimedians, affiliates working on the issue. I think it will be very important to connect with them, especially because COP will be there. I know Wikimovimento Brasil are thinking about doing stuff not only in the framework of COP, but with the actors that normally cannot get in COP. So they also have an interesting vision. So I think it would be marvelous if you connect this amazing initiative with all the efforts that are going on in Latin America around this topic, because they're doing a great job. So just that, thank you so much.
A little question for Jan in that when I publish stuff on the comments, I like to use CC BY, and I wonder what's the why is using share discouraged?
It's not really discouraged. It's just that it makes it harder to combine different data sources, because share requires the same license, and the more different kinds of license flavors you have, the more complex it becomes. And if you have C0, you have no things you have to think about at all. So yeah, but we also have more here.
Kat is in the room, so.
Also, a lot of the data sets that they work with aren't copyrightable at all. So it just CC0 to indicate that that's true, but attribution requested because it's still very good for lots of reasons to acknowledge where it came from.
Lewis is also in the room.
Yeah, hi. I'm an IP attorney. Climate data research sets and bioscience in general often are drawing from hundreds of different databases at once. And as soon as you get copylefts, especially multiple different copylefts, into that stack, compliance becomes not just practically difficult, but legitimately, as soon as there's more than one copyleft, it becomes legitimately impossible to do properly. And so share is quite disfavored. There's some good writing on this. I don't know who asked the question, but I'm happy to share some links later if that would be helpful.
My question is to Rebecca and Melissa about the Open Climate campaign. The way you've presented it, it's very much facing the closed guys, the closed communities. You're talking to them, engaging them in order to make climate-related stuff more open. To what extent do you engage the open communities, those that are already doing what you're asking the closed guys to do? How can we help you? How can you help us, basically?
Yeah, thanks very much for that question. And it's something we thought about immediately when we were looking at the papers cited in the IPCC report, and how important it would be to celebrate all of the publishers who had already opened up their research. To not just say we're celebrating the ones that are now opening, but we're celebrating the ones that did that initially. So I think that is very much part of any open climate campaign that we'll have going forward, where we are calling attention, we're bringing attention, we're surfacing the resources that are already openly available. So that's certainly part of our priority. And I could see a future where, we're using even a vehicle like Open Goes COP to highlight collections of climate research that are available, and really calling on the community to help pull that together. I don't know, Melissa, if you have anything to add. Okay.
Yes, thank you, and thank you for the talk. This summer I went to the International Red Cross, and I saw how a library for victims of war could be a way that International Red Cross could help countries fighting each other. And I think in a way the same of Wikidata. So I would like to have your response. Do you think that we could use Wikidata to help each other? Because Wikidata speaks all languages, and we could in a way be this multinational force that could help each other with visualization and with analysis on all of these issues that we are facing. And also, I think that we could perhaps also add some kind of consumption data that could be useful to have visualized, because the consumption is also the part of the problem. Could you see Wikidata as a tool for us all to help making a joint force in this effort?
Yes, definitely. Now, Wikidata is not great for time series data, and that's where we can store data also on Wikimedia Commons for more of that granularity. And right now we're lacking good connections between those two, but that's an ongoing conversation, and perhaps we will soon-ish find a solution so we actually also can state in a Wikidata item, here is the time series or something like that for that on Wikimedia Commons. We lack that today, and I think we could probably need a session or two on that just to discuss like what are the needs that we want from it. But I think as a start, thinking about, well, is there some current data that we can put immediately on Wikidata, or can we put the other ones on Commons for now and then later make the connection?
Just want to add something that I'm not really an expert on it, but we have our Sarah here, who's in the room. She's the project manager for frictionless data, and she's working in a new project in the Open Knowledge Foundation called Open Data Editor that's really actually trying to solve the interoperability problem. And she will run a session in 2 days, I think, right? So please just inviting you guys to be there, because I think that's exactly the topic that she's talking about. Yeah, it's called Frictionless Data for More Collaboration, so you can find it in the program.
First and most importantly, thank you to each and every one of you for your very important work on this issue. You know, thinking back to Melissa's introduction around this, seeing the ways in which the large commercial oligopoly, right, of publishers, which are more accurately termed as information analytics companies, are, you know, under the pressure of the COVID-19 crisis, made research publicly accessible, and then, you know, one could argue perhaps to hide the paywall that was then reinstated. You know, one of the things that we've really seen around the Publishers Compact and other elements is the ways in which the large commercial publishers are tying the research that they hold, not that they produce, but that they hold, to various SCGs, and are unable to state the degree to which that research is open or closed. Are there concerns about SDG washing in some of these conversations, and how, because I know it's very sensitive, right? Because like we have to work with folks who have the research, right? But also, how do we avoid open washing? How do we avoid SDG washing, especially when a lot of these entities are heavily invested in the fossil fuel industry, right? So, you know, how does one grapple with that? And I apologize that I'm asking that question when we're on film, but yeah.
And that's all the time we have. No, no, that's. I know a Skull Comms librarian when I see one. Yeah, that's a really important question. So I would say my colleague Monica and I have talked quite a bit about this, and we're sort of two minds in terms of, you know, addressing the climate crisis. Any access is good access in the short term, right? So if we can make it accessible, even if it's not true open access, even if it doesn't have a CC BY license, we're going to take that as a first step. But we see that really as a first step. And also, I think if, you know, an Elsevier or a Taylor and Francis, for example, is going to make a collection of research available as open access in perpetuity with a CC BY license, and they need, you know, someone to pat them on the back and have a little bit of open washing, from the campaign perspective, that again was something that we could live with because of our dual objective of, you know, addressing you know, the systemic issue in scholarly communication, and also making sure that we have access to climate research. But I think this is obviously something we have to have front of mind, because we can't have the same thing that happened with the COVID research where they just put it back behind paywalls. So that question of licensing, I think, is something that CC is looking at Anna, but something that CC is quite interested in terms of that climate research and really advocating for them to have CC licenses because they call it open and it's not really if it doesn't have a CC license. But that in itself could be a whole session, and maybe we should do that next time. I think it's like a great call out. Thank you. And I think we only have time for one more question. We're already over time, but let's have one more.
Hi, my name is Josh. I work for the Climate Movement. We've been trying to support the Climate Wikipedia at the University of Exeter. Meg, we've met. So actually, we've been trying to do a lot of what you were talking about making things open access, and I've admittedly failed at it, and I think that part of it is because you need to go really basic, like what is Wikimedia Commons? What does open access mean? What is Creative Commons? And looking at this, I kind of now understand it, but I've been working this sort of on and off for 2 years, and I still kind of don't. So, and it's not a criticism at all, but it's making me think if to approach organisations, I think that it's spelling out really simply and also why it matters with case studies. Yeah. And then the other thing is what you mentioned before about the legal issue, because they're like, oh, we need to get lawyers in it. And it's really, I think the key is to make them realise it's important, and then they'll dedicate the time. But they initially like it, but then immediately once it's something that they feel like it's extra work for them and it's not on their priority list. And also, and I hate to say this for everyone else who works for NGOs, it's easier to not make decisions when you work for an NGO than to make them. There's less upside than downside to get things wrong a lot of the time, or potentially right. So that it's often easier to just be like, not so sure, carry on as you were, rather than let's do it. And this is amazing. Like, people often don't see the upside, and I think that promoting that's really important. So yeah, I'd be delighted to work with you to come up with something that can be shared widely for organisations, which spells it out in very basic terms, including for myself.
Thank you. Yeah, that would be appreciated. Thank you all so much for your questions and engaging with us. I know that all of us would be more than happy to answer any other questions that you might have. Thank you.